All righty then. How's everybody this evening? I was gonna go a little closer to normal time, but I know Denise has probably got some. She's tired. She's been busting her hump. I Joy, Meemaw, Pamela, Patriot Vessel, Michael, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us.
How do you
There's
vote?
Denise right there. Anyway, we did a little bit of discovery today. Hi, Denise.
Hi.
We're oh, Paul. Anyway, we reached out to a fellow that I know that is a school board member up there, and got some pretty decent feedback. I thought. I won't mention his name. He's a good friend of mine, and I think that compromised his situation right now. I don't know exactly what, but anyway, his school district doesn't matter, but it is in Pennsylvania, and it was a productive talk. One of the things that Denise brought up is about some of their library books, and Rich expressed. I did it, but I won't go any further than that. But anyway, he expressed his concern because he says that a lot of the stuff that the people want to talk about, that they won't come have an open communication with them. And so if we're doing this stuff, we want to make sure we're doing the correct thing. I don't know what it is. I'm anxious to learn all this stuff because it's all going to be brand new to me. But I'm going to spend some time up there, learn, how to do these notices and affidavits and stuff like this. If we do it the right way, we change things. But I think we got to stay focused. I think a lot of some of this, and I had another phone call just after that, and maybe that some of these people that are doing this stuff are not necessarily doing it to make things better. I don't know. I'm anxious to find out. I know what Denise's cause is, and I'm going to go fight with her. Hi there, Pamela.
Hello,
Hi,
Travis.
everybody. I'm not trying to see how to use the little chat. Okay, I'm trying to just check out the features here.
Yeah, the only chat that we can do here is the private chat for some reason. I don't know why it won't let us.
Oh.
I can type in chat, but you can't. So
anyway, I was hoping I could put it on my laptop so I could have a little bit of a bigger. But I guess we can't do that, can we?
Yeah. You want me to email you the link?
If you would, that would be great. Then I can maybe,
Absolutely.
I could see things a little bit better.
Let's see here.
I am in South Central Pennsylvania, Jason Taylor.
There we go.
About 2 hours from DC.
I emailed it to you.
Thank you, dear.
He all hails, Sissy K.
What's that?
I was talking to Sissy K. You can go ahead and just clear it out, and it'll bring you up just like this on your laptop.
Okay, so let me leave here, and then I'll come back in on my laptop. Right?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay.
I think she's actually been involved with the affidavit mama's Patriot Missile. I know I can't remember the guy's name, but she's been through a bunch of his stuff too, and she's an hour south of Pittsburgh. It'll be over New Cumberland area, Jason. There she is.
Buddy, sorry.
There we go. That's okay.
It's been a day. Yeah, now I can see the chat and stuff. That's cool. Okay. So how's everybody doing out there? We're all just doing our best, huh?
Yeah. I don't know why Pamela can't hear us. Can you hear us, Pamela? I don't know. She just typed in chat.
Oh, should I try again? I think I'm out. Aw.
Well, she's right there. I can see her signal's good and everything. I wonder if she didn't. If you're on your phone, you may have switched screens. There, we lost her. Now we got her back. There we go. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Hi,
Good.
Pamela.
Hello. How are you?
Tired as I look. I'm sorry, excuse my appearance, but I figure, I'm just going to show up because we just need to have these conversations somewhere. We got to start somewhere, right?
That's exactly why I'm showing up tonight. I
So,
have a lot of people that I'm hoping in the Butler area that I've reached out to that know a lot of people up in your area that can possibly help you. And that's what I've been working on.
wow, that's amazing. Um, that the support, and I can't even find a word to what the support means. Just in the presence of people coming to support, it means everything, really. Because that's how we make an impact on our bad government actors, officials that are trampling all over our rights. So the more impact we can make in numbers, the better off and the quicker we're going to see the change we want to see. So that's just what it is.
I
Yeah.
agree. I'm grateful for Travis doing this right now. Sometimes he doesn't realize that he's doing a really big impact on a lot of people.
Agreed. Agreed.
Well,
And I'm very thankful too. I told him that as well because I said, I've been waiting for someone like you to just give me, a common mom, grandma like me, a place to speak. I tried to do Facebook Lives and I have Zoom and did a lot of local Zooms and stuff, but I'm not super tech savvy. If someone can host it like him, this is amazing. We have a place to assemble and gather and, bounce ideas off of each other, gather support, just support each other, whatever it takes. It's amazing. So Travis, we thank you very much. And,
it's not a problem. Like I said, at some point I may have to learn to use this stuff myself. And I want to, and I think I've got kind of a unique situation because I can see both sides of the spectrum, with people like we talked to today. And
yeah,
and I want to make sure that we're making an impact and we're following through true to the word of what we're trying to fix. I see too many of these people go out there and not necessarily in this situation, but they go scream about a problem and scream about a problem. And so they say, okay, well, what do you want us to do with the problem? Oh, nothing. We really don't want anything to change. Well, wait a minute. That's not the angle that I would take. If we're going
no,
to do this, it's not about anything except changing this for our children.
that's exactly right. Like I said while we were on the phone earlier with the current school board member, the parents have to stay in the way. If we get out of the way, the fast and furious that they're coming for our children will speed up and there won't be any barrier there to stop them. So,
Exactly.
anybody that's, standing in the way, I applaud you because it's not an easy walk, at all. And, but the kids are worth it. And that's just what it boils down to. So, the school board member conversation we had today was short, but we kind of, he got to tell like from his point of view, and I got to tell him what I've been doing and, a little bit of how I'm addressing the school boards and serving them here and what we're dealing with here. He's in a very conservative district, but I know a mom that I've been working with in his area, in his district, that has been fighting them consistently. When I say fighting, I mean speaking out at school boards and doing speeches, letting them know where they're breaking their own policies, and then they're leaving the bunch of all the pornographic books in the libraries. And he was not aware of that, I guess. But so there was like some miscommunication maybe between the parents and the school board members in that district. But I really just feel like he wasn't aware of that issue. So maybe now that he is aware that it is fact. I've watched her speeches, I've watched her videos. I've been teaching her, so I know I've seen it firsthand that she's been fighting there. So he seemed a little resistant at first, like defensive. He wanted to defend his position. Like, I'm not here to attack you, but you are a
Right.
public servant, and that means 100% of the time you are accountable to us. And that's what we haven't been taught. So we've been propping them up as leaders and everything else. And really, no, we're the leaders, and that's our
Right.
duty. That's what
Right.
our forefathers left for us to do. So the role, everything's backwards right now. So we're trying to reestablish order, like, hey, we're in charge. This is what we're going to do. And the good people can stay in place, and get promotions, and the bad people can get prosecuted. That's
Right.
really
And the man we
our
talked
end mission.
yeah, and the man we talked to today, I'll guarantee you, is a man of his word. I trust him. I would
Yeah.
trust him in a life-threatening situation, and I'm anxious to see, because he said one of the problems they're having is to get those people to come in and sit down and talk to him and say this, this, and this.
Yeah, and
And
it's interesting, because I know actually a couple people that have been going there and speaking out at every meeting, and maybe they're not talking to them outside of the meetings privately, and they should be.
well,
Um,
and that's
you
what
know,
I'm hoping. I'm hoping that we make changes and not just make noises, because making
right.
noises
There's enough of
dies.
that. Yeah.
Enough of that. Right. But we also have to be willing to work with these people to change these things. It can't just be a screaming match on both sides, because then that's not productive. So I don't know. It's gonna be a tough one, but we're gonna get there.
Travis,
Yes, ma'am. Oh, you froze up. Your signal just went to
Yeah, she froze up.
yeah. Maybe it'll come back here in a second. She still froze up. There she come back. Must have had to refresh. There we go. Go right ahead.
I appreciate, Travis, everything that you've done. I've followed you from the beginning.
Well,
I'm in Western Pennsylvania, and there are a lot of people in the north of me that are willing to step up and help with her meetings. They
well,
have, go ahead.
Oh, you meant like my meetings or someone else's meetings?
Yes, like just to support
Oh,
you, or the
well, I don't
patriotism.
really have any support. That's the thing. I mean, I would
That's what
have
I'm
meetings
trying.
if I had people, but so I'm just letting you know there really isn't anyone consistent. But so this would be great.
I explained that to them, and I have a great contact in Butler, where I had an apartment before I had to move, but I live in Western Pennsylvania now. But they have great patriot groups in the Butler, Pennsylvania area, and they have reached out to me, and I know that they have a lot of parents that are in the same situation and would like to help. Anything I can do from here in Western Pennsylvania, I'd be glad to. It's a 4-hour drive for me, but I am in your corner, and I've been trying. Unfortunately, what happened with the meeting, I don't know. The school
Well,
board
they
member.
changed the time on and didn't announce it to 4:30, and they know most parents can't make that time. Most parents are either just getting off work or still working. And that was for the curriculum meeting. So now the one that is this coming on the 12th, it's at 6:30 again. So they pulled a fast one. And boy, oh boy, it makes me want to give them double the smoke. And I keep redoing my speech, and so it's a lot. At least I had the notice done, and I don't have to do that.
Oh, lost her again.
She don't have a good signal where she's at. Oh, there she is. Yeah, so whatever, I don't know. And we'll wait till she comes back.
Oh, we lost her again. I just put her back up there. Boom. She's bouncing around like
Yeah.
rhinos. She's got a signal like Rhino has.
No, but it was good to talk to Rich. Or I'm sorry.
I did the same thing a while ago.
You know.
Well, and I'm hoping in the near future that we can get, we can complement each other with information and things that we want to change. And you know what? I really want to see the changes. I don't just want to see the noises.
Yeah,
Because
no, we're not about the noise.
well,
Sometimes you have to make noise to get the change going, but then, the action is the most important part. And that's where, people just, we have become so lazy and complacent that getting people to take action is like pulling a kidney out. So people that are activated and willing to help, I will take whatever, any assistance at all, making phone calls, getting contact email lists together, anything, because I've been doing it basically all myself. So I'm wiped, I'm wiped, but the support is really, means a lot.
Well, and
You're very,
getting involved with
very
this.
appreciated.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. The kids are just, it's all about them. It really is. So there's no can't stop, won't stop.
There you go.
We are with you.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys. I do very much so. Just being able to talk to you and hear that you support from a distance, it means more to me than anything.
And see, that's
So
something else too. If we keep if we can keep our communications going, we'll reach further people. We'll get more people, and eventually this will be a national movement that
yes,
that everybody's helping change things that are wrong.
yes. Yes. And, when and if we, we get our conversations going and we get good feedback, I'm willing to come on and share screens and teach you guys about any state constitution, break down the words, because it's really not hard. Our forefathers were common people. They were farmers, they were framers, they didn't have fancy degrees. It's just some of the language that we're not used to using that can easily be broken down for the common person to understand and use. So I'm willing to do that. We just need to get a little bit of a base here and get conversations going. And we can do short little lessons and see what kind of feedback and questions you guys have and roll with it. If it doesn't take off, that's okay too.
Right.
So
Well,
just to
and
throw
something
that out there.
and something else that we're going to do. Um, we're going to bring progress. We're going to, when we feel like we're making progress on something, we want to come show what we're doing. I think too many people
Right.
don't understand. Like myself, I don't understand what happens when you file these notices and affidavits. What is the production from it? I don't know.
The purpose of a notice, it's a formal notice, okay? And what it does is it puts them on alert, number one, okay? And because I don't know if you've read any of them that you've been sharing, but we usually at the top, we establish our status and standing as one of the people, which is the highest standing. We say that we have all the power, like as stated in our state constitution. In the middle is where we kind of address, hey, this is where you're making us mask our kids at school. And here is the maximum of law and the Constitution that says that you can't. And you swore to this that you would protect our rights when you became a, public servant. So you can't trample our inherent rights. Inviolate means forever. It means no one's ever taken it away. No one's changing it. So this is what our forefathers left for us to keep our republic in place. And because we've gotten so far away from it, people dismiss it and think it's all BS or it's too simple. It's supposed to be simple because the people created the constitutions. We instituted government. So it's all in our hands to change if we can just get people to calm down, slow down just a little bit, and learn a couple things. We can move mountains. And I'm not kidding. I'm 100% serious.
Right.
So,
Travis,
Yes.
I believe what she's saying. There's a lot of parents out there that have no clue. They're afraid and they're not understanding the bonds and the, you know, have no clue where to begin.
they're
And
going
there's
after the
other,
bonds where you're at.
from what I've read originally, a lot of the affidavit mamas area, and I was getting too many things on Telegram from. I didn't know how to approach it, so they had to see if these people were bonded from the beginning words, which were D-Dog comes into play to be able to help us with the constitutional portion. You need to be able to put your story out there and get you as much support as Pennsylvania area so that others can learn from this. And that is what Travis is doing a tremendous job, and I have so much gratitude.
Agreed. And if we can get some steam and more movement going here, hopefully other states that are in the chat or start coming in the chat, they will feel empowered and get activated in their state and start doing the same thing, bringing people together, going in as like a force, not aggressively, but going in as a force as the people, like just like
And
we're
using
here,
the
mommy and daddy are
Constitution to
home,
do it.
we're cleaning house,
Mm-hmm.
So we have to take back our rightful place as the masters of government. We really do. And yeah, go ahead.
Well, that brings me to so when you say they're going after their bonds, does that turn it into a money problem or is it a solution problem? Because
It's a
when
solution.
I hear people talk about going after the bonds, then I mean they're suing them for money, correct?
Yeah, if they are not bonded and carrying out the concept their actual position requires, then you have a bond. So they're bonded for a reason when they. That is my take on it so far, is where like your sheriff and the sheriff and like D-Dog has more information about this than I will ever. I'm only learning, but I do know that if they are bonded and they are makes the people, there is ways. There's a secondary step taking it to these school boards that you can also take the step to say, hey, this isn't, right for the people, because they take it to help everybody that they're serving. And I don't know if all of them are, they all have different rules and regulations. And that's me or someone like you, because maybe here they may be bonded. Difficulty between our Allegheny County police and like our regular sheriffs. County, they have a problem against each other where they've always been fighting. The deeper during the process that because I just came back here after 10 years. So it's been a lot to try to sort that out. Wording, but I do
Allegheny
believe
is a whole mess from what I understand.
it is Allegheny. Yes, ma'am, it is. It's and I'm in Western Pennsylvania, Allegheny. My kids are out of school, and my nieces and nephews are there now. And so they put
it's rough. It's rough.
They put our back up against the wall by making the relations behind our backs. But I think that if D-Dog knows a lot of different wording associated with this. The bonding is important. If the sheriffs aren't bonded, but they should be bonded, group on Telegram, but it started eating up my phone and like so it. But I'd like to get back onto it because it would help you as a person. All
Well,
states are different.
yes, they are, and we do not go after their bonds. We have a different approach. Uh, when you go after a public servant's bond, and say you win, you get that bond removed. We had, I don't know where exactly, what county it was in, but it may have been up in you guys' area somewhere. But
For
two
something
ladies
that
had
brings up
gotten arrested for coming after bonds. When the bonds first kind of came on the scene, this is when people got arrested, because you really, really, really have to know what you're doing to go after
sedation.
their
Yeah.
bonds. And I'm not saying D Dog doesn't know what he's doing. I don't mean it that way. I just mean in general, anybody that's going to go after them, because think about it like this: if you're going to take away their ability to ever run again once you take their bond, they can't run ever again. They're going to come after you with all their lawyers and all the whatever they can, because you're going to take their whole livelihood from them.
Well,
See
and
what,
if you take their bond, the bond is also, it says that the school district bond is issued a bond used by public school districts typically to finance a building project or other capital projects. So I'm not understanding how that will help our school systems. Because if we take away the ability to add to our, build a new gymnasium or a new science lab or something like that. If we go after their bonds, they can't do any of that, correct?
Well, it's a way to try and get them removed. And, I don't like to knock anyone's fight, because everyone is just trying to come at these people the best way they can, the best way they know how, with what information they have. It's just, we don't know how we haven't learned how to get you guys. If somebody would, God forbid, get arrested for it and not do the process right, I wouldn't know how to help that person. With the documents I do, I can stand on them 100%.
Right.
So I have to kind of stay where my knowledge and training and experience so far is, and it's not in bonds. So I can't, that's where I have to draw the line. I don't go after the bonds, but I will support you guys in any other way I can. If it's making phone calls, whatever it may be, but that's just not that's not how, because we go after them by I getting back to the notice, the purposes of them, there's multi-purposes. We put them on formal alert. Look, this is where you're trampling our inherent rights that can never be trampled upon. And here's the evidence of that from the constitutions, from the maxims of law, from any case law that's relevant. And then we let them know, you're basically, here's your warning to correct your bad behavior, stop trampling on our declared rights, which is the highest law of the lands. And, then we, just, they have to cease and desist their behaviors and all the nefarious curriculums and trying to force all this, craziness on our kids. When they have no authority to do it, like none, absolutely none. Their scope of authority is about this big, and they act like it's this big, So
Right.
things are very much out of order, and their policy does not rule over us. So their policy is bylaws for them and not for the people. The people stand on the constitutional laws. So, and that's where we have not been educated properly in our public schools. So that's part of my mission, to spread where your powers are, empower people to learn, dig in a little bit, at least learn your bills of rights in your state constitutions, because that's where all your rights are. That's where our forefathers left for us in writing. And they are 100% lawful in courts. And we put financial penalties in there to say, hey, you have 5 days to fix this or respond by sworn affidavit. If you don't, you acquiesce, which means you agree by not responding, and everything in this document is held in true and can be used as evidence to imprison and fine you. We don't even have to do
I
an
have a
affidavit to
question.
imprison. So it's evidence against them.
I don't mean
Go
to
ahead, Pamela.
interrupt you, but my
Go
question has
ahead.
been going with this. Out of the school board members that you've dealt with, showed you sympathy whatsoever and understanding where you're coming from.
Not one of them. They're all liberals. No. And I'm in a
Okay.
Republican county, supposedly. So, yeah, it's bad. They literally act like they're not doing anything wrong. They gloss over everything and just act like they're in this little fairy tale land where nothing bad's happening to these kids and they're thriving in the social emotional learning, and the kids are not. The kids are a mess. So, um, yeah, it's really the heat we have to keep holding their feet to the fire. And if you guys do it the Bond way, I, pray and I hope you get victory. It's just not something I'm trained in and can do. So that's just not where I'm comfortable. But that doesn't mean that I don't support you guys in doing it. You know what I mean? You fight however you feel called to fight. We're all in this together. It's just we may just do it from different directions, and that's okay. At least in my eyes. So
Right.
anyway, but we need activation. We need activation from people. So guys, talk to your family. The kids need us. They need us to show up at school board meetings, even if you don't say anything. Just take it
Right.
in,
Take
see
your
what's
number.
going on, pay attention, ask questions. Anything, anything to get involvement. Bringing Rice Krispie treats to a meeting, that role is just as important. Every role is important because, I don't think people feel valued in society anymore, and everyone has something to bring.
Exactly. Even if you can't go, if somebody that can't get out and around, that maybe they can
That's
bring
right. They can
information,
make a phone call or
make a phone
whatever, or
call.
drop something in the mailbox or, whatever it
Right.
may be. If they're disabled and just want to be a part of it and feel involved, their role is just as important. Or they can sign the job forms, something easy for them to do and support. So, anyway, it's a lot to unpack in one little session. So we'll keep doing this, keep having conversations, and we can do more and more if you guys wish and want me to. We'll get more deeper into things. But
Well,
it
and
was good to have it. Go
any
ahead.
information any information that we come up with or something, we'll try to do something. We'll be a daily update on what our progress is. I want to track it. I want to see what the cause and effects are. Because like I said, I'm kind of in a unique situation where I can see both sides of the spectrum with ease. And change. I want to see the change.
Yes. And we literally have to be the change we want to see. And that's what we're all doing. We're all doing our role. So
Exactly.
right now, the notice of maladministration and malfeasance for the 4 districts, that one has 185 signatures. And the other one where they're interfering with the right to petition, which is when you go up to your school board meeting and you speak and you're basically redressing them for your grievances. They're interfering with that right, and they're starting to search and only wand patriots. They're not wanding everybody. They're only wanding the ones that are standing up and speaking out. So I did a notice for them. That one, it has about 150. So, I share them out on Twitter, Facebook, and all over Telegram. So, and you can educate and learn just by reading them. If you take your time and read them, you can really see like the structure of your powers as the people, and just start there. Just start reading the notices. Even if you don't want to sign them, you can open it up and read it and not sign it and close it out. So, just for like a little free education.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So
These documents that you've already shared so that we can see after you've served them of that nature to kind of trying to doing this. Are these available as documents that we can access?
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dear. You're breaking up. I didn't hear most of what you said.
Can I try again?
Mm-hmm.
We
No,
have
I have not reached out. Sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Pam.
Is there a way that we can access you have done to see
What
reply
I've done? Mm, yeah, for sure.
so
I can show you all the job forms that we do.
that and if you can send it to me via email or something like that, I figure out because it's in that part of Pennsylvania that are I I don't know. I I wish that I was than I have been lately since I've had some sick family members, but a lot of area in the Butler area, you know, a lot. And if we can see the documents to where they feel as if you're, you know, they're not. I've
Can't,
doing
we
this
can't hear you again.
from.
Yeah. Yeah, I can send me your email and a text message, and I'll send you the current last 3 notices I've done for Pennsylvania. Okay. We'll start with that, and
That's
then
great.
you can review them, and you have any questions, you call me, email me, and then maybe we can, if there's your friends that have questions and want to come on a live, we can all talk about it, and I can break things down if you want me to. But I've been
Thank you.
I've served the whole state government starting in December of last year for the mandates, the whole health department, the AG's office, the Supreme Court, the Auditor General for election stuff, now the school boards and all the legislators. So there hasn't really been too many I haven't served. Because some people around here are afraid they're going to get sued. Well, if you're more worried about being sued than losing all your freedoms, then I think you should reevaluate that and let that sink in. But I haven't had one problem. None of us have. We haven't had any rebuttals. Nobody's in jail. No one's gotten in trouble. We know exactly how to put these together lawfully and with the constitutions and the maxims. So lawyers can't poke holes in them. So, but I'll be glad to send you some so you can review them.
That'll be great. I think that people
Okay.
are more afraid of the way that the system has been run, like a mafia type thing. But this in where there is a gentleman who was a football player who just my family I work community through politics, and there's are 15 more downhill ever since. But my school board here is a part of the school board meetings. The school board members, they have, you know, uh, some of them are already bought and paid. Get something or something else, and I'm not. I think the legal
A lot of
way
them
is
are
the legal
compromised
way to.
or being threatened.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah, you can tell. It's very obvious.
And so I would like to you have sent to them have other patriots that definitely know what's going on right. If I can reach out to them, that they can do and say, hey,
Take a
standing here
look
and
at
support.
this. Yeah, see what you think. Because we have people from California, Maine, Texas, all across the country signing with us here in PA, standing with us because the Bills of Rights are the common law. So
Yes, it's common
we
wealth.
make and we make it so we word it at the top so every one of the people in the 50 American states can sign with us. So that's the beauty of this, because people from all across this nation are standing with Pennsylvania to help us fight the schools, which makes me feel so not alone. But now I have you guys, so I feel even better. And yeah, it's great. And you're not alone either. So you have someone in your corner to help you fight.
I'm not afraid to fight.
Oh, I
My
can tell
family's
you're
in
not
politics.
afraid. Yeah.
It's a bad deal. I'm willing to go whatever it takes. I'm incredible patriots on this move. Travis doing that. I mean, it's, and I know that there isn't a someone and they would know it was me, and it wouldn't even matter. You know, just the way that
I know.
it is.
It is a shame. A lot of people really just don't give two shits. They just care that their kids are at school all day, out of their hair or whatever. And I'm not grouping everyone in that category, but unfortunately, there's just too much of parents are checked out. But there's a lot that are fighting and are checked in too. So, there's both. And that's been a lot of the problem, because people just look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, I will look crazy for these children every day, all day. I don't care. You can call me what you will, but, the fight for the kids goes on.
Yes, it does. It continues on.
So,
So there's a couple of comments there in chat I want to address right quick.
go ahead.
Country said, "What why are there not more people here?" I don't think people really give a shit because it's not affecting them personally. And I'll take a small group over a large group any day. There's less bullshit between a smaller group of people, and we will work together. And that's the way it's going to be. It's
Yep.
key to have good people. Quantity of people doesn't affect anything. The quality of people that we're putting together to help save these children's livelihoods and get our schools back on track. The children are our future. And those of us that are passionate about it, we don't need a lot of people. We just need a few people that care. We just need a few people that give a shit and want to come, support in whatever way they want to support. Thank you, Carol Z. How are you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, but I think it's important.
Yeah, we need people to care and show up. We do. We need people to get off the couches.
Yes.
Yeah, the meetings can be boring, and they can be, yeah, you definitely could be doing better things with your time. But if you can sacrifice a little bit of time to invest for the kids and show up, because they're going to see that we're not going away. And, that's when we can affect change.
Yes. Yep. And
Yep.
if we one person at a time is all we got to change. We can't change
That's right.
the world. And
No.
that was one of the things. That's one of the things that I had to learn to do Slow down. Stop trying to. You can't save everybody.
Yes.
You're going
No.
to save one at a time.
I had to do the same thing. I was a mess at first, just wanting to save everybody. And people have free will, so you can't force
It
someone
must be
to listen or look or whatever, and it's horrible.
Yes.
So, but go ahead, Travis. I didn't mean to throw you off.
No, you're good.
I've had family school people in my family that were on, and I've had other people that have also been on the school board because I was younger, and I with the PTA and different things like that, and the actions from them, and there would be like a few of them that would just vote against that one group wanted, and it's becomes it doesn't have to be this way.
No.
It does not
No.
have to be this way. And
We
it
don't. Yeah. Go ahead.
documents, and we serve them appropriately, that we could base this. And
Oh, absolutely.
and that's where, if you feel like it's against you, don't give up. Trust amazing by doing this today.
Well, we're going to do a lot more of this.
Yes, we are going to do more. We're going to stay connected, Pamela, because I feel like this is like divine intervention bringing us together.
Divine intervention.
God knows we all need each other. In whatever capacity we can, be for each other, we'll do it. And I think we're all pretty selfless, in this, and we just want what's best for the kids so they thrive and get the great education they deserve, and have us thriving too, because they need us thriving so we can teach them how to thrive.
I agree.
So, Thank you, Mama Patriot. We must all stand and fight. You got that right.
That you're doing this. I'm so grateful. Like
a 4-hour drive. God allowed me to learn, because I always hated the law. I always hated government, never had no interest in it, dropped out of school, went to trade school. So I never ever thought I would be here loving law now, because I know the real laws, not the fake ones, basically, that don't really apply to us. It's so empowering, and it has completely changed my life in the best ways. So it's our honor and duty. We have all these privileges with all these freedoms, but we have that duty to keep it in place the best that we can. So that's why people like me are out here having these conversations with people, hoping we can get people to just slow down a little bit, let their fears settle down, pause your emotions, and just learn a couple things, and you'd be surprised how your paradigm shifts. And then you're just empowered, and all that fear and mess and chaos just clears away. And then you have a mission, and you start to see the fruits of your labor. So it's just really good in those ways. And when the small victories, every victory counts. We've had a lot of small victories. So
right. And a lot of small victories eventually will turn into big change. Excuse me.
That's right. That's right. We're going precept by precept, just like the Bible. We're just building and building and building, and our evidence trail is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're building our own case is basically what we're doing, because we don't need a lawyer to do this. We can represent ourselves 100%. And, so we're building our own case with financial penalties. So we don't do lawsuits. We put financial penalties in. And the beauty of having all the power as the people is we're not at the mercy of a judge to say, oh, well, because you trampled on their rights, we're going to let you have $2 million. No, I put in $500,000 per infringement in the notice that's floating around now. So each time they make a kid put on a mask, go to a SEL class they don't want to go to, don't handle a violent situation in restrooms, that's $500,000 each time. And it's only been out about a week. I think it's adding up already. So that will hold
Oh,
up in
wow.
front of a grand jury.
I believe that.
So it's that serious. So this is not a joke. We're not sovereign citizens. We're not state nationals. Just the people with all the power. That's all we need to be. So, but we can get into more of that on another, live. But I am going to jump off now and do a little bit more reading of a case that I was started to read last night, and we can, maybe do a quick update tomorrow evening if you want, Travis. I think I might have the grandkids, so I might not be able to jump on, but depending on what time.
But yeah, that's fine.
So,
I don't have a whole lot planned for tomorrow, so I
okay.
am gonna at some point tomorrow. I'm gonna try to head your way. We'll see how that works for me, but I'm pretty confident I'm gonna get it
I
done.
can't believe you really want to do this.
That would
Is he
be a lot.
crazy, Pamela? Like
Yeah,
17 and a half
No,
hours?
he was in West Virginia, the
You
best
can
guys
call
I've
me.
ever.
You guys can call me
Honestly,
crazy all you want, but I really truly want to be
I
I
don't
mean
think
that
he
in a
is
good way, though. Good crazy.
heart and a
Well, but I want
soul, and he'll do whatever he feel that the Lord moves him to do. I think that that's who he is, and I hope so. It's Virginia, and I'm here in Pennsylvania, and I'd like to help you, and I have other people, in a lot of groups that would be willing to help you if I can just get the word out. And I appreciate you coming on today. You have a lot of courage, and I'm sorry
Thank
you have
you.
as much support, and I admire Travis for bringing you on today.
Me too. Me too. I'm very grateful to all of you, especially you, Travis, because you've been persistent and wanting to stay this connection, get it going, get the conversations going especially with the public servant, pretty much right from the beginning. I mean, that's amazing.
well, and
You know,
one of the things that I'm really good at is I can approach unapproachable people and have conversations with people because I don't know what it is. I got a weird
yeah,
something
I
weird.
kind of have that thing going on too. Like I could pretty much talk to anybody, and I guess it's very helpful, especially in your position because you have this platform, even if it is small, it's okay. 3% of the nation kicked the British crown out of here. We don't need everybody, but we
That's
do
right.
need some more numbers.
We
We do need.
we need people that are passionate about what we're doing as much as we are, and everybody backs everybody up. And
That's
as
right.
long as we're making the changes necessary, I'm in this fight to the death.
Oh, you're right. This is a hill I will die on
I'm
100%.
with you.
And yep, 100%. So we're all on the same wavelength there, and it's amazing just to have that.
Yeah.
So to answer country homesteading, I have not reached out to any Mennonite or Amish communities. The closest one is probably about maybe a little over an hour away from me, but they do come to my local farmers markets. So I don't know how I would approach them with this, but I know that they are about their freedom, and
Yes.
they want to be left alone, and they don't want government encroachments either. So I don't know, maybe that's a great idea. Thank you for mentioning it. Yes, pray for
It is.
victory. Godspeed. Amen.
I plan on staying in about a week or so in Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay in Carlisle.
Oh, you
But
have
we
family
we
there,
can
right?
yeah, we can run around to some of these Amish communities if you want to and talk to the
Oh
people.
my
I know
gosh,
I know a
yes.
lot of I know a lot of Amish people not in your area, but all of them are just nice. They're just nice people. I really, really like the
Yeah,
people. And
There's
if we can get a
let's
little
do
traction,
it.
if we can get a little
yeah,
traction from that, hey, I say gloves are off, people.
Yeah. I mean, we really just them coming, I know they homeschool their children though, so I don't know, but you know what I mean? Like it can't hurt to really try and get conversation going with them. Like you said, while you're here, maybe we can get some
Well,
strategic places to hit. Not hit, but go to.
it,
Um,
let me put it to you this way, Denise. I don't have anything scheduled after this. I'll stay as long as you need me to, as long as we're reaching the people we need to reach.
wow, that's beautiful. And I appreciate that so much.
Well, I'm hoping we can get us a good group of people that truly want to help our children. Make it about the children. Keep it about the children because that's where my heart is at.
Amen. That's where mine's at too. And there's just no stopping. There's just no stopping. So, well, I guess I'm gonna jump off for now, but Pamela, text me your email. I'll send you the notices for PA. You can read them over and you holler at me if you have any questions, problems, whatever. Okay.
yes,
Awesome.
ma'am. Thank you so much. It was so great. I have Amish people that are in Indiana County as a camp there, and there's a lot of Amish there that would be willing probably to give. My brother helps them a lot, and we have like I think it's 100 acres, and
Wow.
um and facility or place that we can all go if there was a something we needed to. But
I'm
I know
willing to
that there's
travel around as much as I can too. Like, whatever it takes. If I have it within my means, I'll be there.
Right. And
I would just
So,
that's
love
what
to get the paperwork so that I
oh yeah,
can
I'll send them to you. Yep.
the people that really
So you
have
can
so many
share them with
connections
everyone.
in the whole they do, and they have been in contact with every single group, and they have been so helpful, and there are a lot that I've met, and I'm
Well,
looking
that's
forward to
amazing.
really appreciate you doing this tonight, Travis.
no problem at all. Like I say, I'm in it for the long
Though
haul, and
he
I want
thinks
to
that
see the
his groups
change.
are, but I appreciate you, and I know.
Oh no, no, no. God is about to do a new thing, Travis. So you just, yeah, you're doing your role is very important. Don't underestimate what you're doing.
Oh
So
no, I'm here for the long haul, and
yeah,
we're going to make a difference. We are going to make a difference.
amen, amen. Well,
Yes.
thank you everybody for having me on. I really appreciate you all and the feedback and the support. It means a lot to me. And we're going to keep this fight going until these babies are safe and well and thriving again. Amen.
Absolutely. Amen to that.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night, Denise. We'll
Thank
talk to you
you.
tomorrow.
Thank you. I'll talk to you guys soon. I'm not
All
sure
right.
how to leave. Oh, there.
It's the leave button up there on the very top of the screen, about midway. It's a little bit to the right. There we go.
So much for
So,
having me today.
hey, thank you for hopping in. I think if we'll keep talking, communicating back and forth, and we'll get more people involved, and I think that we can actually change something for these kids.
Travis, I believe we can, and I thank you for everything that you're doing and full support from the beginning. And I know you think it's just a small, that. I hate to show my face on camera, but I did love you so much. And for the people that I didn't get to say hello to because I'm not in phone, I want you guys to know how important you are our lives. So much gratitude for every one of you.
Yeah, we've got a good community here, and we're going to continue on. And we'll grow. We'll grow.
I think that you probably have a lot of people that want to talk about today's events. Thank you for inviting me.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime. In fact, any day that you're available, that you want to hop up and bring an update, or just bring something to our attention, information, whatever you want. Everybody's always welcome here.
Thank you. You always welcomed me from the beginning, and I had a long time, because I would come on and upset when I first got on your show. It was mean to be that way, and so I just would. And I had a lot of gratitude for you letting me.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm glad that this platform does help some people. I'd about given up on it, and lately, until this stuff started going, and I could see that we were making a difference. Because sitting around screaming about what's going on overseas doesn't help us any. We've got to fix it from the local levels, and I've seen that for a long time. And here we are. We got to get in the fight.
Yes, sir, Travis. Thank you so much, and everybody in chat. I'm just going to jump down, and I hope that we can get something from this and start to build from here, or have helped me so much through so many things over the past. And I'm here to support you in any way I can.
Thank you very much for that. We're getting all kinds of really cool comments here.
That's awesome. I'm going to jump down, because I think that there's been a lot of stuff today, and I think that a lot of your chat would like to go through that, or maybe talk about it, Brazil and things like that. And you bring everyone together, Travis. I'll come hunt you down if you do. Then I'll come and hunt you down if we need you. Don't give up.
No, we're not going to give up.
I love you guys, and love all of you, and thank you for inviting me today.
Absolutely. Like I said, anytime. Hop in here anytime. Anybody's welcome that wants to share information and try to help put communities together.
Travis, thank you. You did a great job. Thank you. Down.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Unless anybody else has we will go down some rabbit holes. We can go down some rabbit holes, but not. I really don't have a whole lot. Lily J's in the house. Glad you made it, Lily. Yes, I'm in the house. But I don't know whether anybody, we can talk about whatever anybody wants to talk about. If not, I'll bounce off of here. I see there's a couple other places open that I'd be interested in. Oh, that one's done. Did anybody watch the Salty Cracker today? He's been on fire. I love his content. He's hilarious. Well, all right then. We'll get out of here, and we're going to try to update every day on any progress that we have. And so I want to follow this process from the very start to the very end, and I want to see what kind of things we can change. This is about change, in my opinion. It's not about anything else. I know when they were talking about the bonds, I still don't understand a lot of that stuff that they were talking about on bonds. But if we're going after the school's bonds, we're hurting the ability for our children to get better equipment. And maybe there's more to it than that, but we need to find out. And the only way to find out is get your hands in there. Go down that rabbit hole. Is get your hands in there and get dirty with it. Because I truly believe that we're going to make some difference here. I truly believe that with my whole heart. If I didn't truly believe that, we wouldn't be here talking about this stuff. The school bonds are not good. But if we, okay, so, and that's more research that I have to do, Lily J, because if we do go after the school bonds, it cripples the school districts. But I think people that really want change are going to make the changes. I don't know whether you made it to the first part of the show today, Lily, but we actually got to talk to a gentleman that's a school board member, and he says one of the problems that they're having is that they get people to start complaining about something, but then they won't go to the school board members and talk one-on-one with them, which I think is really, really bad. This gentleman, I know for a fact, will open up his office and sit down with people and listen to their concerns. If there's something in the school district, the library, or whatever that really needs to be addressed, he will listen. He's a good man. They don't use the money for what they say. Homers get taxed. Well, and I don't know. So that'll be another dig that we should do. But I know in my small town, when we grew up, the school districts actually did what they were supposed to do with their money, because my mother was on the school board and she would shake their tree. My mother wasn't very popular with the school board members, and I can tell you some stories where my father went scorched earth on their ass. Hello, Freedom. Hello. You worked and volunteered for years. That's awesome. And was it up in Chicago area? That's seeing out in rural America, you're still getting homegrown schools to me. What's up, Brenda?
Hi, Travis.
What you doing?
Listening to you.
I'm just rambling.
Well, I can't talk about nothing that's going on up here because it's too dangerous.
I hear you.
Country Homesteading wants my lazy man's cabbage roll recipe.
That's awesome. I'm going to learn to make beer rocks tomorrow. My mother's going to teach me how to make beer rocks.
Hi, Freedom Below. Hi, Michelle Gigliotti.
Go get her.
Okay, so country, this is what I do. I take like a medium or large roasting pan, and I take a cabbage or two, whatever is required. Pop the core out and get rid of it. I take about 6 or 8 of the outside leaves off and set them aside. And then I take the rest of the cabbage and I quarter it and shred it. And I mean shred it. And I start by layering the bottom of the pan with shredded cabbage. And I use 2 parts ground beef to 1 part ground pork, 1.5 cups of rice, and seasoning to your taste. Like I put turmeric, Italian seasoning, pepper, salt. I put all that in the meat. Mix it all together with the rice. And then I put a layer of meat in there. And then I put another layer of shredded cabbage. And I do that till I get right up to the top. And then I take Mott's original Clamato juice. And I fill it right up over the top. And then I put those leaves that we put aside at the beginning. I put them on top all the way around. And make sure that they're covered with Mott's as well. And then I stick it in the oven at 300 and I let it cook for about 6 to 10 hours. And I check it regularly and I keep topping up the Mott's so that it never goes below the top. And usually the plan is to feed everybody that's around, and then put the rest in the freezer. But I've only ever got to the point where I end up with maybe 1 or 2 small containers for the freezer because the rest is gone. But it's so juicy and so yummy. Cabbage rolls themselves, too many of them can be dry in the middle. And that's why I do it this way. And it is delish.
Sounds good.
Oh, it's to die for, Travis. It really is. Every time the intention is to put a bunch of containers in the freezer for later, but I usually only end up with 1 or 2. Hi, devil dog.
Well, there's D-Dog. We could have used you a while ago, maybe. Did you see Sissy K? She says, "Could you repeat that?" Just kidding.
Oh, it's to die for.
Yeah. Oh, mercy. We always turn into food, don't we?
Oh, one of my favorite foods. And homemade soup. I love homemade soup. Like cream of potato and bacon, or cream of potato and ham. Cream of broccoli. Oh, I love homemade soup. I could live on. When I used to drive on the road, the only way I could feed my ex and still have a paycheck was to feed him at the buffet. But I used to get the soup and salad bar buffet because they always had like 4 different kinds of homemade soup. And then you could go to the salad bar. So you could go to the salad bar and the soup bar as many times as you wanted. And I just loved it. It gives a whole new meaning to cabbage rolls, country. If you make that, I think you'll never make regular cabbage rolls again. Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
What calendar class? All right, D-Dog. That's exactly one of the things that I learned today. D-Dog says if you air your grievances with school boards, your city council, county board, or commissioners, you need to follow up with them so you can get a remedy. Otherwise, you're diminishing someone doing the work. Exactly. That's one of the things that we did learn today that's going on in a school district in Pennsylvania, that the school board members are willing to sit down with these people and make the corrections, but nobody comes to the table with them. So that's something we've got to push and make sure we're doing the right stuff. Follow through. We can't just hit them with this stuff and then drop it, because we're not going to change anything, in my opinion, if we do that. And I want to see these changes come into effect.
Hey, Travis.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to share that document I shared with you with Jeff B. or Devil Dog? Because I'd really like their take on it. Because those last 2 pages are really interesting. Well,
I can't share them from here. Jeff has the document that you sent me. I know for sure.
The 10-page one that was filed on the 31st.
Yes, that is the one.
Okay.
We've actually talked about that. I don't know what it means.
Because those last 2 pages are very interesting, and I'd really like their take on it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's the most recent one that's come out, Jeff. I wish I could drop it in chat, but I don't have it on my computer. I've only got it on my phone.
I have it, but I don't have Jeff's email or anything, so. Oh, yeah.
Do you have my email?
Yes, I already sent you the document, though.
Okay, I can just go in there and forward it. But I know Jeff's got it. I know he's got it already.
Yeah, soup,
That come up in one of our conversations earlier.
my favorite, and you'll never make normal cabbage rolls again once you try this. I'm telling you, it's to die for. As long as you keep that Mott's Clamato topped up while it's cooking, you'll never. And then at the end, you peel those top leaves off and just discard them because they're basically there to protect it. Like what's underneath from burning. So you keep the Mott's. Make sure it's Mott's original, and season the meat mixture the way you want. But if you make it, you'll never make normal cabbage rolls again. I swear.
Is it the recusal part?
Hang on, let me see if I can look at it without kicking myself out of here.
That's right. I've got it saved to my phone. Let me go get it. I can send it to him. I'm pretty sure that he's seen it. We discussed some of it. Where's my documents at? Here we go.
Page 9 and 10 are the most interesting. And according to those 2 pages, they've already made a decision. It was
and
filed.
That's what it does say. Is it says that they have agreed to hear it, but I still don't understand. There's so much more there that I have no comprehension of.
Oh, cheese would be just delightful. Yeah, I had cheese. Yum yum. I love cheese too.
That's not it. It didn't copy, so I got to go back and get it. Nope, that ain't it. This is it.
That's why I wanted like Jeff or D-Dog to tell me their thoughts on those last 2 pages, because according to those last 2 pages, they've already made a decision and treasonous acts were committed.
It will not let me share it through my email. Share. There we go. Got it. I finally got it. I wasn't pushing the right button. Okay. There it's sent. He ought to get it in just a second. Pamela's in Pennsylvania. I know right about where she's at.
Yeah, it's a 10-page document that was added to SC 22380 December 31st, and if you look at those last 2 pages, it's basically saying they've already made a decision. And they agree with the petitioner that treasonous acts were committed.
Yes, according to that document. And according to, and I had to do some double checking too. When you sent that to me, it tells you what the source is of the document. And that came from the website.
Yes. Came right from the Supreme Court website. It was filed on the 31st, I believe.
Right. But I don't remember. There was somebody, I know I didn't send that to you. Because it's a TikTok. There was a guy talking about it. And we're supposed to hear Monday or Wednesday, somewhere between Monday and Wednesday, the official word. I don't know whether they're going to announce it. They may not do anything. I don't know.
I said, they didn't have to announce that they were looking at it. They were free to look at it without making it public. And according to that document filed on the 31st of December, 2022, those last 2 pages are saying that they agree with the petitioner and that treasonous acts were committed.
Right.
Hey, country, when you make it, I want to know right away what you think. because I guarantee you'll never make normal cabbage rolls again.
Right. Oh, come on.
It's like Travis has a talent for doing brisket and steak and all that stuff. Oh, homemade soup and lazy man's cabbage rolls. Yum, yum, yum.
Anything with a smoker, I'm guarantee I like to do. There we go. Not interested. Okay. Trying to check see if my email has been blowing up for days. I'm trying to get some of this trash cleaned out of it. No. No doubt, right there. Someone once said that treason is a strong word, and I said it comes with a strong remedy. That's exactly right.
Yeah, like with what's going on up here, I have to be really careful who I even ask for help up here, because so many things could go wrong really bad, really quick.
Yeah, I hear you.
Especially in this province. Not so much in the other provinces, but in this one, it's really bad.
And that's a shame that it's so much different in different areas there. I don't comprehend it all. But I guess it's it's the same as some of the states that are passing laws that other states are not passing. And
well, the one that's in charge of this province is in lockstep with Sparkle Socks. So, and like old Klaus there said, over 3/4 of our parliament is compromised by that organization that starts with the W and ends with the F.
right.
Over 3/4 of them. So that's a lot.
Yep.
Texas, did you make it through the night all right?
Oh yeah, they cleaned up the streets down there because the president was going to show up. You ought to see the differences from today and yesterday. I watched a whole bunch of videos that were prior to today, and then I seen some today, and they've run those people out. They were literally loading them in parts delivery trucks, taking them away. Texas videoed MHC Kenworth carrying those people. Yeah, the last 2 pages, Jeff. But anyway, they were loading them up in a box truck, hauling them out of there as fast as they could.
Somebody said that Abbott called out Potato while he was there.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it because.
Yeah, I actually heard it. A little late. Yeah, it's a little late to be doing that. He should have been screaming and hollering about it all along, but he's afraid to upset his lefties in the state. Just wonder why it was so calm. Yeah, they took those roaches in a motel. That's pretty funny stuff.
We're going to bed.
Going to bed. I'm going to bed here pretty soon too.
Well, I hope so. Is that what you told me last night?
Yeah.
Good night, Mama T.
Good night.
Love
I gotta
you.
go first. Love you too.
If you can't be good, have fun.
Don't worry. I'm just going to go to bed.
Not going to go out and burn down the town?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, she's out.
Yeah. Right. If it burned down, I'd go out there and start a fire. Sister, do you want to go to bed? Are you tired?
She hadn't moved since you left.
Devil dog. Tell her what devil dog said.
It says, good night, hot mama.
Off my ass. 40 years ago, yeah, maybe.
Why do they have a Q at the end of it? I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and look now.
I don't know, Jeff, but that's right from the Supreme Court website, and it was filed on December 31st, 2022. And it was signed by Roberts, I believe.
Oh,
Robert?
I see what he's talking about now. I'm not sure. Now this is a different one. This is one I got. It's signed by Brian D. Hill.
Oh, that's not the one that's not what I sent you.
Yeah, I sent him the wrong stuff.
That's not the one I sent him, Jeff.
Well, I'll get the right one. I've got to send this one to you though, Brenda. This is a little different. Yeah, that's no doubt. They even had to change the president's route because of the protesters down there. I very seriously doubt it. Anybody's agreeing with him. All right, dang it. Where'd he go? Open with. Okay.
I'm not saying that Texas is a bunch of angels, because there were, I believe, 14 counties that received money from the other side during the mid event.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's still a lot of dirty counties there, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's not the one I sent him. One I sent him is
I got the right one.
I didn't send him anything signed by Q.
Well, this was I don't remember where I got that now. I get so much information, it's hard for me to keep it all straight.
Yeah, I know D-Dog would know what it means, and I'm pretty sure Jeff would know what it means. But it pretty much sounds like on December 31st, 2022, the decision had already been made.
Wow. I don't know. I'm anxious to hear if we even hear. I want to hear whether they're going to do it or not, because it seems like even if they are, let's say they do hear it, who's gonna enforce what they decide?
How many do you think are going to scramble to make deals to try and save their life, Travis?
Okay,
And take prison time.
So we're gonna compromise with the people that have destroyed what's left of our country?
No, what I mean by is instead of taking the death route, they're going to take life imprisonment once they're done.
But my question is, who's gonna be the authority to enforce it?
I'm pretty sure it would go to the military.
Well, if everybody went by the oath that they've taken, it's already past the point of no return, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the public doesn't know anything about it. That's the thing. They've been able to keep it all hidden from the public.
Well, and that's true. Most, everybody that says 80% of America is awake and not paying attention to what's going on in America, because I travel the whole country and I can tell you they don't know. I can strike up a conversation in any random place and people look at me like I have green hair.
Yeah. It comes down to you now have to openly choose a side and take the consequences. Now that things are out in the open, well, not quite out in the open because the MSM still isn't talking about it.
Well, of course not, because they're just as guilty as anybody else for spreading misinformation about all this crap. Yeah,
exactly.
I get it. Look. Sent. Yeah, I sent it. We'll make sure it's the right one. Yeah, it's the right one. Pretty sure. Yeah, it should be there any minute. There will be some whistleblowers after this goes further. Stop the military will not do anything crap that they can't. See, and that's what I'm thinking too, D-Dogs. The military should have already been involved if it was treasonous acts, in my opinion, because from the first gun legislation that they ever imposed, that's unconstitutional. So, I mean, how far does this go back? 100
well,
years?
See, that's why I wanted your opinion on it, D-Dog, because it's a pretty important document.
Yeah, I don't know how to get it today.
Yeah, I went to his YouTube channel and his email's not there, so.
Yeah, see, and I'm with Pamela. I think it's going to have to be the people. I think we're going to need a Brazilian. We need to bring the Brazilians up here to show them how to stand up for their country. What they got going on down there, they're being business about it. They're all on it. And I watched a whole bunch of live stuff down there today, and I couldn't believe it. It would fall into the U.S. Marshals, not the military. Okay, the Fed can't do martial law. Okay, they'll try. I think they're going to try that anyway. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting bit here. We need to be diligent in what we're doing and try to start making a difference in every place we can. Okay. All right. I don't know. All this stuff just gets more confusing every day. The crazy we webbed, and it's our own fault for not being involved more locally, and paying attention to our politics. I'm just as guilty as anybody else, but I'm willing to stand up and make a difference and change the other way.
Well, they've been sliding all this dumbing down the public through for decades, and people didn't know. I mean, look what Paul Harvey said back in 1965. That was the year I was born. And he was talking about what's going on right now.
He nailed it. Well, D-Dog, that's a cool comment right there. He said, any military presence on American soil will fall under civil authority. D.C. is not a part of the United States. So how would that play out? Just asking.
Good question.
Yeah.
The swamp is foreign land.
Yeah, it is. It's on foreign land.
And you see, last night, I actually thought that because they were
I'm with you.
I actually thought that because for the 10 o'clock round of craziness, they were waiting on those last two members who hadn't been showing up for anything. so that they had the entire Congress there.
Well, see, I thought that they had to be there under law.
And
It was
I
no-
thought once they had those last two there that, oh, look at that. They've got them locked up now. They've got them all in the same building.
Oh, that. Boy, me too. If there was ever a better chance to round it up, boy, there it was. Missed opportunities.
And I did see a video where they said near the end of that session that something fell from the roof inside the main chamber of the Capitol building.
Yeah, they showed that in several places today or yesterday. Hell, I can't remember what day it is anymore. So I'm curious to hear what it was, but you could see it fall right down on the table or the desk or whatever it was.
Maybe they were making a breach and nobody's been told about it.
I don't know what it was, Carol. It looked like part of the ceiling maybe fell through or something. It wasn't very big. It was probably about, I'm guessing, just guessing about that big round. But it came all the way from the ceiling. The camera angle that I saw it from showed it come all the way from the top, but it didn't see where it exactly came from.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping. Once they had those last two members in the building, I thought,
Oh,
yeah, now they got them all rounded up.
The National Guard is in the city. Major, police chief, and sheriff control them. That's kind of scary too. Okay, Jeff B said he read it. What's your take on that, Jeff? I'm just so proud to be standing up for our country. Oh, you got somebody in Brazil. Awesome. That's awesome. I know there's millions of people that have just stormed the streets out there, and they're pissed. And I think people are afraid to do that here. No, Matt didn't vote for him. He voted president. But president also changed the rules where they could lower the threshold. No hearing is needed. Well, so what does that mean? Does that mean they'll kick it back to the other court? I don't know. I got no idea. That's way beyond my comprehension level. I might be able to pull that up. Drop the link. Okay. There we go. Maybe we'll learn something we haven't figured out on this yet. I dropped it, Patriot. I dropped it. Yeah, I read that, Pamela, and I think you're right. I think that a lot of people are getting fed up with this enough that they're willing to start standing up. Well, that explains why the National Guard was helping the illegals out of the water and damn near giving them their house life. Yeah, house to live in. That's awful. I should have went and got a cigarette today. I smoked too much today. So are they still giving supplies away down there, Texas Info? I know a lot of people. Well, I've heard rumor that a lot of the local people going around and getting the free giveaway stuff out from the illegals. What's up, Jeff? Can you hear me?
Merhaba. Kayla.
There you go. Now your signal's good. Uh-oh. Signal, your signal just went to shit again. There, it's coming back. About the time you went to speak, it went. That's right, Devil Dog. Nobody likes a quitter.
Let me try this in a different mode. Can
Okay.
you hear me all right, Travis?
Yeah, you're coming in better now.
Okay. So the way I understand it, I'm not a constitutionalist, not an attorney, but the way I understand this is the way the justices put it out there is you don't need to hear this. If you have evidence, treasonous acts, bring it before the court and we'll hear that. But that's what I take out of it.
So that
D-Dog.
further, doesn't it?
Well, here, let me. Hopefully.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah. His signal's going doot 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 doot. Now you're back to the yellow anyway.
That's why I wanted to send it to D-Dog, because I was sure he'd understand what it meant.
Yeah.
All right. So these last sentences, it states here, thus petitioner is correct in his assertion that defendants did their oath by failing to invest, I'm guessing means Congress, and take action against those who subverted the Constitution, committed
The T word.
committed treason. Correct. It says, for these and all the foregoing reasons, petitioner's petition for Centauri shall be granted and further granted on its face out a hearing. So basically, the justices have put the and it's signed by Robert Thomas III.
Right.
So I'm guessing, because I don't believe there's a justice. Well, there is Clarence Thomas, Robert E. Thomas III. So I'm guessing that might be a clerk.
Let me look.
Isn't that the lawyer for the Supreme Court?
Yeah, so it says for these all. I don't know, to tell you. But I'm guessing they would have to have something to do with the justices. So, and I'll repeat it. It says, for these, all the foregoing reasons, petition for 12, or pardon me, should be granted and further granted on its without necessity of a hearing. And that was dated December 28, 2022.
So what they're
So-
saying is it doesn't even need to be heard, that it should be granted that all these people have committed
Well,
treason.
they're saying it's granted if there was a failure date, which he asked you remember on that day, he asked the vice president to step back, allow them to investigate it, denied it, and moved it forward.
Right.
So my
And there was like
guess
a
is
and there was
they
like
would-
100 of them that requested it, right?
I think so.
Jeff? There was like 100
yeah,
members
there was.
that requested it. It wasn't
So
just
what I take from
Okay, now
Yeah.
when I googled this name,
members,
the only thing that I can find on any government website is the U.S. Justice Department of the Southern District of Illinois. Yeah. That's strange.
D-Dog. Can you send Travis your email so I can send you this document?
Yeah,
If
I can-
anybody's going to understand it inside and out, it'll be you. Yeah, those are the first two keys. Ooh,
Uh-oh.
that was a little roboter.
Nope. It did. It sounded robot as hell. JP was a Martian. Did the Martians get him? Oh, we lost him.
Maybe he's refreshing.
Maybe.
Gone to the powder room to refresh.
I don't know.
See, the one that I have, Travis, is dated December 31st, 2022.
Okay, now say that again.
The one that I have is dated December 31st, 2022.
Okay, let me look. I think that's the same one as, I think it's this one. Yeah, come on now. No, that couldn't have been it. It has to be this one. Let's see here. No thanks. See, this one here is showing December 28th, 2022. The date on the bottom of it, the very bottom page says December 28th. But I think I've seen one with a December 31st on it, but I don't know where it's at. And that's what makes it more confusing too, is why is there documents with different dates that are coming from these sources? I mean, maybe it's something, I don't know. I just don't know. I'm not a legal guy either, so I can't have an opinion about something.
Sorry for making things confusing, people.
Well, if it wasn't for confusion, we'd be bored. Jeez.
I just thought it was a really important document, and it was dated at the very bottom of the page, the one that I have is dated December 31st, 2022.
Yes. I can give you Jeff's email. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Send it to me in Signal, Travis, because you know how my cell service is.
Right.
Basically non-existent.
Yeah, I gotta find Signal again. There it is.
Occasionally my text messages go through, but I'll keep getting messages saying didn't go through.
Yeah.
And then the person on the other end is saying, why do you keep sending it to me? I said, because my cell service is saying that the message never went through.
I know. If I restart my phone, I'll get 100 messages. Just boom.
Thanks, Jeff.
Anyone's watched the video about which books the Nazis actually burned on BitChute? No, I have not.
Hi, Freedom. Hello.
Everyone can go to the website and pull the document up. I think so. I think it's on their website. I didn't get it. I had it sent to me, but when I went back and
Yeah, see, I tried sending it to Country, and her phone wouldn't let me send it to her.
it's crazy. But when I went back and looked at the source, it did come from the SCOTUS blog.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Jeff said he didn't find it under that case number.
Okay. I'll send it to you, Jeff.
I need refreshed whiskey. Not a bad idea, Patrick. Not a bad idea at all.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make things difficult or be confusing. It's just,
well, we've got to look at everything, or we don't know anything. That's the trick.
D-Dog is the most knowledgeable Constitution person I know, and Jeff is the next one, and that's why I wanted those two to have a look at it to see what they thought.
Right. What's the matter, sister? You ready to go to bed? Want me to take you in there with grandma? All right, I'm going to step away for just a second and take her to
Take the pup to bed.
Yeah, she's ready to go to bed. You tell them night-night. You tell them night-night. Night-night. Night-night.
Is that the one that had to go for? Is that the one that had to go to blood work?
Yeah, so far they haven't found anything wrong with her, so we're good.
Well, that's good news. Yeah. Yeah. Actually get kind of poo-pooed when people turn their nose up at me mentioning D-Dog, because he's the most knowledgeable person on the Constitution that I know, and he's been doing it for decades. I'm gonna send it to you, Jeff, after I get off of here, because I know if I try to do it here, I'll probably kick myself off. Yeah, me too, Pamela. When he has anything to say about the Constitution, I pay very close attention. But kind of kept my mouth shut for the last little while because I had people telling me to F off. I'm not even from your country. Don't be telling them. I'm a right-wing extremist talking about the Constitution. I said, wow. I said, you maybe should write to Hillsdale College and get yourself a free pocket constitution, because you obviously don't understand very much about your country. And that's where I left it.
All right.
People
That's right.
people saying that anybody talking about the Constitution and that your country is a constitutional republic is a right-wing extremist. I said, really? I said, so you obviously don't know much about your country, and you should write to Hillsdale and get a pocket constitution and read it.
Yep.
But when, people start telling me to F off because I'm not even from that country and I can't tell them about your constitution, and I'm like, okay.
I'm telling you, you're gonna have to jump a boat and get across the pond there so we can go squat one of these billionaires' homes.
Because everything that I learn about it, I've learned from Devil Dog. So
no caffeine before bed. No caffeine before bed. I won't sleep a wink.
what are you drinking?
7-Up.
Is there caffeine in the ingredients?
No. That's what I said.
Are you
No
sure?
caffeine. I'm pretty sure that's the original no caffeine in it. No caffeine, caffeine free.
Does it say natural? Does it say natural flavorings or natural ingredients? Because if it does, you might want to avoid it.
No. Yeah, it says, yep.
Yeah, this guy was pretty ticked off about a effing Canadian telling him that his country was a constitutional republic, and I didn't know what I was talking out of my A, and I didn't know nothing about his country, and I went, well, obviously you don't either, so maybe you should write to Hillsdale and get a free pocket constitution. Happy reading.
Right. Yeah. I've argued with a lot of people on TikTok over whether this is a constitutional republic or whether it's a democracy. And they don't know because none of them have read anything. They don't care to read anything. They'll argue all day long. Oh, the Constitution doesn't give you the right to bear arms. Well, the hell it doesn't. It says it shall not be infringed, period.
And that's how the whole conversation got started, was because they kept going on about this democracy. And I said, it's not a democracy. It's a constitutional republic. And that's what started the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I've cut down on my soft drinks, and thank you, Pamela. I know you'll help me. I do appreciate it. I used to drink a 12-pack of Mountain Dew every day, so that's not good.
Yeah, that's got that chemical in it that's really bad. It starts with a B.
Yeah, I think a lot of the reason that I'm not feeling 100% is because I'm probably withdrawing from Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I forget what the initials of that chemical are, but it starts with a B, like Bob, and it's really bad for you.
Yeah, somebody told me, but I can't remember what it was either. So, but that's right. I've cut down on. I'm going to go back to drinking tea tomorrow. Homebrewed tea. We'll make our own here. We won't get the stuff at the store. We're not demon crazy. We're a constitutional republic. Yeah.
That's like, I don't understand how Hobbs being chased down by the headhunters is allowed to remove containers from the border because that's putting the country's border at risk. And that's
No.
going against the oath that she just took, which she laughed during. When they
Yeah.
said to uphold the Constitution, she laughed.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. Anybody that's laughing at the Constitution should be automatically removed from office.
Right, but I
Period.
don't understand how she's getting away with removing the containers from the border, because that's opening up and putting the country at risk. That's national security.
Right.
Is it not?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that's exactly right. Freedom, hello, it's laundering money. So I got a question. I want to talk to one of these gold people. In fact, when Mike did his show the other night, it was a pre-record because I want to ask a question to them. Is America spreading this money all over the world to keep the currency at a value? Because it seems to me like if you've got the rest of the world trading in our currency, that it tries to hold its value. I know they've gone way, way, way overboard on this, but I wondered if maybe that wasn't part of what they were trying to do, was keep our fiat currency alive by shoving, all these other countries. Why are we supporting all these other countries in the first place? Yeah, the container. Texas says those containers weren't stopping them anyway, just going around them. Well, if you'd hook them to a 110 fence charger, get a good Gallagher hooked to that sucker and put them close enough together, they got to get zapped.
But when they're removing them, they're just making the hole bigger.
Yeah.
Making access easier, right?
Yeah, that may be my next trip. After I get done doing what we got to do in Pennsylvania, maybe I just come to Texas Info Warriors and we drive around down there and see exactly what's going on. We'll see how much trouble we can get in.
I appreciate that, Pamela. And the only way I'm staying safe is by keeping a low profile and being very careful what I say up here. Because things are getting really bad up here.
Yeah, you said the other day it was getting terrible. Yeah, here removing them is just showing it in the people's face. Patrick says he's hoping that Elon will buy put Kovac in Coca-Cola.
Hey, Elon's YouTube channel said that he officially bought the G with the Oogle.
Really?
Uh-huh. If you go to
you want to talk about a shitstorm coming. If he did that, that'll be hilarious.
Because they own YT.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know they did. I didn't know that. I wondered why
his YT channel today showed him shaking hands and said officially bought the G with the Oogle.
Boy, if they do, that'll be amazing. Because that's going to flip a whole bunch of switches. Google way, way bigger than Twitter. That's exactly right. I want to know what information will start coming out if they do, if it's real. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Look what he's done with Twitter already. I mean, he has blown up the internet. I was never a Twitter fan, didn't ever want to sign up for it, but as soon as he bought it, I went ahead and signed up. And
I'm still booted off of FB and Twitter.
I don't do anything on Facebook but keep track of my children and my grandchildren.
They're giving all the big important people their accounts back first.
Well, you didn't rate up there with the top with Mr.
No, I was just telling the truth and started as soon as I started making connections, they went, nope.
Oh, imagine that.
I was posting about the residential schools and the orphanages and making the connections here, there, and overseas. And as soon as I did that, that's when I got suspended.
Yeah, they don't like the making connection stuff on any level.
And they wouldn't let me delete my account because they want to keep their user count up with all their bots, right? To say that they have this many users. Yeah, but how many of them have you suspended and you won't let them delete their accounts and you won't give them their account back?
Oh, that link that Texas Info Order just dropped is Elon Musk. I officially bought Google.
Yes,
Nice.
that's the one I was talking about.
Maybe now when you
Yeah, see, Patriot
don't have to
Missile
worry
says they
about it,
won't.
it's nothing.
Patriot Missile says they won't let her delete her account either.
I know it takes a long time to do that. I've heard several people say that they tried to Google or tried to delete their account and they won't let them.
Because they want to keep the numbers for their
Right.
users, right?
Right.
They just won't tell them how many of those accounts are bots and how many are suspended.
Interesting. Boy, that could be a twist from hell. That's not going to be a pretty sight for these people in the office at all.
Right? The only
6
thing
hours.
I think Coke is good for is for doing laundry. If you have hydraulic oil, any other kind of oil, diesel, any of that kind of stuff on your clothing, and you stick it in a bucket and soak it in Coke for 15 minutes, and then pour the contents of the bucket plus that item into the laundry, the smell is gone, the stain is gone, everything, but I don't drink it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people that they'll put it in their washing machine and use it.
Yeah.
I gotta look something up. That reminds me when I was hauling a tanker for years. Cleans your toilet too, Canadian.
Yeah.
When I was hauling a tanker, I picked up some stuff that was going to a laundry soap place, or it was going to a soap place, and it's called tall oil. And I got it on my boots, and then my boots were greasy, black, nasty, dirty.
Yeah.
I wiped it off with paper towel. They looked brand new. So I've been going to look it up and see what it's some kind of pine oil. Elon agreed to censor the EU as the request. Gab said no. What is? I don't guess I follow. What does Gab have to do with it? That's interesting. Listen, maybe I'm not thinking of the right stuff. Soluble base on a maybe I'm thinking the wrong stuff. Texas Info Order. Banged by Google. Oh, too much information. Too much information. I didn't even read it that way. Texas caught it. Okay, yeah, this is the same stuff. It's used in tall oil soap is a mixture of the sodium salts of rosin acid, fatty acids, and neutrals that separate from craft black liquor. So I don't know, but I know I got it on my leather boots and it cleaned them up brand new. I couldn't believe it. Mercy. We sure need a win for the good guys. That's all I know. You know, I really think that this this avenue this venture I'm taking with these good patriots that are going to these school boards, I'm going to try to learn as much as I can about this stuff because I want the changes to come, and then when it comes to our house, I'll know how to deal with it accordingly, and hopefully you make a difference. If we're not making a difference in this world right now, we're just as bad as the people that are causing the problems because we're allowing it to keep going on. So,
Well, if it doesn't get stopped now, you'll never get another chance, I don't think.
and it's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to stop it now. I think working with some of the people that I know on both sides of the aisle is going to help in the long run because I'll see both sides of what they coffee link. Yeah, I'll put my coffee link up. I'll always do that. I can find it. There it is. I do appreciate it. Every bit of this will go to gas. I'm gonna haul my little scrawny ass to Pennsylvania and hopefully do some good work, something that's fulfilling and means something when we're done. That's what I want to see. I want to see change. Just not only in our community, or not only in our schools, but in our communities, in our government.
Well, whether you realize it or not, Travis, everybody that you try to help makes a difference.
Well, I hope so because I do it. I do it because I really want to help people, and the children are our future. I've said that over and over and over again, and we got to stand strong and work hard for them. Okay. Nope. Wrong one. Yeah, wrong one. I'll get there in a minute, maybe. Maybe it is that one. No, it's not. Look at page 2 on that file says 2380. Okay, what's page 2 saying? Let me see if I can pull it up here. I got the wrong one again. No, that's not the right one either. This one right here, page 2.
Is that the December 31st document, country?
Yeah, because mine's the 2028. So we're talking about two different ones. I know I've seen that one that the 31st. It's probably still on the Signal. Isn't that the one you sent me in Signal?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I think I can pull it up there. And you said you did get the email address, right?
Checking. Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it to him after I go off here because if I try and do it now, I know I'll probably kick myself
Get
out.
booted. Border cash. So we need border cash. Open this right here. This one says December 31st. Okay. So page 2. Motion for leave to file addendum errata to whatever amicus briefing in support of petitioner by Paul Preston, individually and a president of the New California State Movement. Paul Preston, individual and president of the New California State Movement? Accompanying addendum errata to amicus
brief.
Yeah, conclude brief previously filed in support of petitioner Ronald Brunson petition for writ of whatever that last word is. The number. Yeah, 220. The docket number. Yeah, it's 22-0380. Yeah, wasn't the original one that just 22380?
Yeah, this is filed in support of the Brunson document.
Okay. See, in the very top of it still says 22380.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can. There's no way to do it. Can you drop that link in chat instead? I'd have to go find it again and take me a minute. I wonder if that's a typo, because the 0 really doesn't represent anything. I don't know. Make me crazy.
Again, the Constitution man would know.
Yeah. When I see Portland Handy's over there back at him, yeah, he's got all kinds of stuff going on. I thought he was still covering the Brazilian stuff, but still dang. Okay.
You seen that one that Red did? Now, see, my days are all blending together, so I don't know if it was today or yesterday. But did you see that video he had on of that girl?
I caught Red Live last night for just a few minutes, but I didn't get a notification today.
Did you see that one video he showed of the girl that was talking about meat that is not made from beef, chicken, but is made from H with the human?
I didn't see it. No.
Oh, she showed a whole document and read the whole thing, and it was disgusting. She was gagging while she was reading it. It was on his Hello America channel.
Okay. Well, I'm subscribed on all three of my profiles, and I don't know. All right. Oh, it did. Thank you very much, Texas. I really appreciate that for the coffees. Every dime helps. It looks to me like I'm probably going to be driving a long ways. I promised that I would stay till we can get a good awareness for Denise up there. I'll knock door to door. I'll go door to door and talk to people. I'm not scared.
It sounds like Pamela has some good contacts in Pennsylvania that could help her.
Yes, and I know a lot of people in that area too. I may be able to dig up even more people. She's in the Wayne Sells area, and Wayne Sells is a huge trucking company, and I know several of the people there, and I'll walk in and tell them what's going on, what we think, what we're trying to do, and see if they know people, because if you know how many truck drivers we know, and I did it 31 years, so the word's going to get out. Yeah. So hopefully we can bring more people to the table. I'm excited about it. And we got to make sure we're making a difference. I don't want to do this if we're not changing the way things are approached. So I'll be careful in that area. because I want to see these children do better. This is nothing to do with me. It does nothing at all to do with me, but it also has everything to do with the future of our country. And I am very passionate about this. I'm very passionate about this.
Well, look at how long ago they pulled God out of the schools.
Well, and
then
so
and then
and I can agree, but I have to also say that's another issue that there's a lot of these kids that go to schools don't believe in that stuff. Should it be forced on them? No. Should they be able to do their thing freely? Yes. But when you start pushing your beliefs on other people that may not believe like that, that's where it needs to be stopped. I don't want any of the LGBTQ, whatever, many other letters of this stuff going on in my schools. And we as parents need to go back and teach our children. My little nephew, he loves to read the Bible books. Did anybody have the Bible books when they was kids? They're written in, children's language where they can read them. He loves to read a Bible story before he goes to bed every night.
Yeah.
But that's where those obligations belong. They don't belong in the hands of teachers, for 100% not.
And look at how long ago they stopped teaching cursive writing.
Yeah, well, they don't want you to. And I agree. They don't want.
They don't want them to be able to write, and they don't want them to be able to read the Constitution.
Well, and I would agree with some of that. It's got to go deeper than that, though, for me, because they quit teaching the Constitution as part of the problem. And D-Dog says there's a way to get their ass over that too, and we should.
There's I think he said September 17th they're supposed to teach it in the schools, and if they don't, they can lose the funding for every child for the year.
Okay. And I wonder too, and this is another question. Maybe Pamela's still here and she can answer. So are a lot of these schools, are they putting stuff in their curriculum to keep the federal funding? I mean, is the federal government threatening these school districts with withholding funding from them if they don't teach a specific or a certain way? Because if that's the case, we need to be pushing further than the school boards, because the school boards are trying to do what they can do based on how they get their money. So, I mean, this is going to be a complicated and a healthy war.
Like I can bet you that most parents who have kids in school don't know about the September 17th date, and they don't know about the attendance date, where their funding can also be pulled.
And that would be another conversation to have with the school boards. Did you know that you're supposed to be teaching the Constitution on September 17th? D-Dog, I'll run into D-Dog somewhere, and I'll make sure I'm going to start writing this stuff down, because that's all good stuff that we need to know.
And most parents, like I can tell you, from when my kids, and my oldest one is now 19, when they went into school, they weren't teaching them cursive then.
Yeah.
And as soon as I found that out, I started teaching them at home.
Yeah.
Like, we took my nephew to the bank to open his bank account when he was 16, and they told him to sign his name, and he started printing. And his mom and I looked at him and give him a nudge and said, "Sign your name, not print." And he looked at us like we were stupid.
Right. And he didn't know what you're talking about.
No, he had no clue.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like I said, it's got to be deeper than that, though. I see that they don't want them reading the Constitution, but they're not even teaching the Constitution anymore.
Exactly.
I follow another guy on TikTok. I can't remember what his name is, and he's pretty good. I'm actually going to invite him on sometime if he would come up. There's several of my TikTokers that I'd love to get over here, because those guys have great conversations going.
And like D-Dog said, they're required on that date to teach the Constitution in the school, and if they don't, they can lose the funding for every child.
Right. Yep.
But I guarantee you, none of the parents know that, and I bet you they don't know. And I don't bet you they don't know about that attendance day either.
Well, and seeing if Well, the thing that we can change there is we don't want these schools to lose their funding, but we want them to start teaching the curriculum they want that's there. Because if the schools lose their funding, out here in the Panhandle, they're doing consolidated schools because there's just not enough kids. So they're having, the Keys children go to Boise City or Yarborough. I don't know if even Yarborough's even open anymore. They're probably going to Elkhart, which is Kansas. I don't know how that's going over there, but these kids are traveling 40 and 50 miles to school now because the schools didn't have enough kids to support itself. And out in the Panhandle, I know they've raised a bunch of the property taxes trying to create money, but it just wasn't enough to keep the school open because our schools aren't being run efficiently, in my opinion.
Well, no, because they're putting the money in their pocket, not where it's supposed to go.
Website proof, or I can't remember how I found it. Okay, well, that's what I have trouble with. Didn't look exactly like this document. Okay, so Country says she found something else that didn't look like that document that's on the same subject. So there's a whole bunch of stuff flying around that I don't know what to do with. Did you have to have one more cigarette? You got your oxygen level back up enough you can have a cigarette. I know. I was telling them that Boston liked to read the Bible stories when he spent the night over here.
All these people need to read.
Well, I know.
I mean, there's something there that might can help some of these people.
Oh, Sissy K says that you have to pass the Constitution test in order to graduate from high school in my hometown. That's cool.
That's good news.
So I probably couldn't pass that.
But we need to know about the 10 Commandments and start living them.
So do they have a place in our school?
What?
The Bible and the 10 Commandments.
No, I don't think they did.
Okay, but see, that's the kind of the conversation that we're talking about.
We had prayer and we had the flag.
Well, now that's a different deal. We should respect the flag, and that should be a good thing. But a lot of people don't believe in the Bible and don't believe in God. Those children could be. They shouldn't limit the children to and not to participate in those. If children want to say their prayer in the morning, that should be optional. If they don't, that's fine too. But we were talking about moral issues. I'll put the show on when we had Book Girl on the other night because she thinks it's okay to teach these children about the LGBTQ community. And
teaching grade 1 and 2 about changing their gender and all this other crap. There's 2 genders, male and female. That's it.
Right. Exactly. Follow the science. People are telling us that there's 37 genders.
I don't care if it's 999. When these little kids start school, there are boys and girls.
Exactly. Well, and I wish you'd been in here earlier because Pamela, in the school district that her grandson goes to, they're having issues with sexual assault in these bathrooms because the transgenders are going in them.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. So I see this as a huge problem. This is why I'm going to Pennsylvania because that's what I want. I want to make sure that I can. We're going to help this.
You got the story. You got to get the story right.
You got to get the story right.
And I guess I don't know if it helps you to take my Bible.
Well,
If you go to school, you need to read and write.
how many years were you on the school board, Mom? 14?
All along.
I know it was a long time.
I don't know.
And I told him that Dad got pissed at anybody that messed with you in the school board meeting, but I didn't tell him the whole story.
Well, sometimes
For
I
the-
deserved what I got.
Man, sometimes you didn't. And those times that I remember the retaliation from my father, he was a ruthless bastard. He didn't give a shit. He'll mess you up now.
I was a little immature, but now I can see things. But still, I wanted things to go. Let's learn to read and write and play games and what else is to do? Reading, writing, arithmetic, history,
Civics.
civics.
We have to teach the Constitution. They stopped teaching the Constitution in our schools,
We've
man.
got to start teaching the Constitution.
Yep.
They need to learn about the Paul Revere.
They need to know history.
Bring in the whatever.
I had one of the greatest history teachers ever known. Jack Schaefer was his name. He was one good guy. He cared about what he taught.
Most of our teachers cared about what
Well, we had good teachers.
they taught. Yes.
Yeah, we had good teachers. I don't remember a bad teacher. I remember some I didn't like. I was a little immature then too, and I gave them hell.
I've been marking down stuff, but when you go to do stuff, you need to keep calm, and you need to remember the commandments.
Yes.
Over and over in your head, and
Something we did. I don't know if you guys can hear Mom. Can you hear her?
Yep.
Okay. So one of the conversations that we were having today is we need to be able to approach these people and have a conversation about it. It's not a fight. It's a conversation, and we can learn from each. Both of us can learn something from the other. Another thing that we were talking about with this guy, and he's a school board member. He said that these people come in and scream and holler about books that are in their library, but when the school board has invited them to a private meeting to talk about and look over the literature, that none of the parents are showing up and willing to present it. Well, so Pamela or Denise is willing to do that for her grandson. So that's what's so important. We're changing you can change it little at a time. And even though, and Rich made a great point too. He said, listen, there's been a book in that library that one of the people was complaining about that had been there for 30 years, but only one person had ever checked it out, and it was the person that presented it to the library. So the fact that only one person checked it out is not the point. It is available to small children is inappropriate, so that's against the law.
well, yes, and the teacher should have took the book and read it.
And that's it. When somebody presented the book, they didn't read the book; they just accepted the book. But that was over 30 years ago.
But still, even back then, Travis, those books were supposed to be
Vetted. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, but you can't blame the people now for the stuff that happened 30 years ago, even though it's still in there, because they're not going to go look at every book in their library. So that's a valid point there.
Well, there was one book in our junior high library that was from Russia with Love.
From Russia with Love.
Yeah.
Oh my.
And that had no place in the library.
Right.
Because it wasn't about school. Or it wasn't about fiction well, it was fiction, I guess. Pretty dirty fiction. But it just was one of the books because I think I read it. It seemed like there was another book in there too. Of course, we'd all get together and talk about books, and we all would read them.
Right.
Which was wrong.
Right.
And if children have a better church education and good Sunday school teachers, this would be helping these children.
Benjamin.
I am my grandson. I don't want to send him to church. I'm going at my route. I want him to learn this way.
Right. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
But you got to know when to lock these books and when not to.
Right. But we're not teaching our children right from wrong anymore. Somebody else is teaching what they are. I mean, some of the most disrespect is coming from our grade school and middle school children. One of my friends in West Virginia, their daughter was a teacher. Um, she was a substitute teacher, and on the first day of like the 7th grade, a kid tried to spit on
Hi, Benjamin.
her. They have no comprehension of
Respect.
consequences for actions. What's up, Benjamin?
So the child should have been taken to the office and explained, we don't spit on our shoulders.
Their parents ought to spank their ass and tell them that there are problems going to be solved here.
Well, yeah,
That's what I
should
told
have
you.
called the parents right then.
I tell. How many times have I said in all my lives that I'm more scared of my little 4'9" mother than I am any grown man?
And you know what the biggest problem with all the crap that they're teaching in schools that has no place in any grade, Travis? They tell the kids, don't tell your parents. Don't tell your parents.
Yeah. Well, they're already trying to pass legislation in some places that the kids can be jabberdued without their parents' consent. Nope. That's not a reasonable thing. My mother's doctor said it was a good thing she didn't get it.
Well, and a lot of these people don't understand that a mandate is not a law.
That's exactly right. But as long as you have somebody enforcing the mandate, that's where their problems are. So we have to beat that system by its own means. Pushing back against those is not always the right thing to do, because pushing back the right way is the right way to do it. But this is going to put me in a compromised situation too, so because I can't speak of some of the things that I know. So, but well, I'll just quit there because it's
Dangerous territory.
And I figured out some stuff that I figured out some stuff. See, there's a lot of stuff that talking to these people that I've talked to over the last couple of days, there's stuff there's pieces that I've put together, and I've went back and said, okay, this is why you can't say X, Y, and Z, and they're like, exactly. So if I start putting it out there, I'm not going to compromise their positions either. And nobody knows who I'm talking about, but I still don't want it to ever get back that I said something that I shouldn't have said. And there'll be a time there'll be a time when we can say that. So you can say that I took kind of an NDA on some of this stuff, even though I figured it out on my own.
Yeah.
Because, it has to do with something that's going on right now, as far as I can tell. And I'm not a smart man, but I can figure some things out.
Well, just need to be going to Sunday school and church.
Well, that wouldn't hurt us a bit.
And trying to live like that, and then to try to get these other people to understand why we're doing what we're doing.
Well, in our communities, we got to start helping our own people in our own communities.
Yeah.
Once we quit reaching out to our own people that are in, then nobody's helping nobody because everybody's too busy going to work and making their dollars. Well, that's kind of what's ruined me from the whole system, and that's why I like going out and trying to help people that need something. It's pretty self-satisfying to me to know that I'm getting involved with the school board stuff for this lady's grandson. It is. It's going to drive me nuts. We've got a long ways to go to get there, but I promise I'm going to go.
Well, just don't get arrested by the FBI.
Well, that's what we got to try to prevent, and that's why being able to talk to both sides will help us in the way that we need.
That woman, one woman destroying the bathroom was already.
She's overstepped her bounds. That's federal offense, in my opinion.
And the only way that they could do it right is to come as a group
peacefully and have a decent conversation, no screaming and yelling.
Screaming and yelling and being hateful.
Right. Well, that's what we're trying to assemble.
Well, things is going like you said they were saying at some church. wrong in Denmark.
Well, and that's it. But nobody's ever questioned anything they've done until now.
Till now. Well,
Right.
that's why things get forked. Because nobody questions it.
Right. If it's not coming to your house, they don't care.
And just like many times, maybe we don't have somebody Christian that maybe we should have done to learn something. Maybe we should.
Yeah, and the government's divided our families up because now both parents, it almost takes both parents to make a living.
Yes, it does.
And
that's by design.
we weren't by design. We weren't raised that way. My kids weren't raised that way because I refused to have somebody else. Oh, happy birthday, Wyatt. But I refuse for my kids to be raised by anybody else too. And that's why we have a bunch of redneck girls for the most part.
Happy birthday, Wyatt.
Happy birthday, Wyatt.
That's Patriot missiles.
If I just keep reading this stuff in my wish I could get you to read it with me. This could help you some places that you could point out Bible verses saying.
Oh, that's something too that they said to take to the school boards because the school board would catch on fire. The school board, well, this is a lefty school board. All 14 members are way left. You start spewing Bible verses at them, it'll just make them madder.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
but it needs to be said because I'm sure they've never heard some of this stuff and never thought about it.
They don't care.
And you can't think about it till you read it and read it and read it.
Yeah.
And realize being a Christian is really all about. And that's what God wants us to be.
Yep, I agree.
Well, that's not part of the left. That's not part of the lefty agenda, Mama T.
No,
No,
really.
it's not. And we've had churches in the little community that we grew up in that were, if you don't go to my church, you're going to hell. You don't get baptized, you're going to go to hell. And I don't believe that. It doesn't say in the Bible you have to be baptized, but it would be a cool thing to be baptized.
I was raised a Methodist. I have no affiliation with any church because my relationship between God and me is personal to me. If you read a Bible verse and I read a Bible verse, doesn't mean we're going to come up with the same answer.
That's right.
It
That's why
speaks
we need
individually.
to discuss it. And if we can't figure it out, then we find somebody that can help us.
But if you listen to what it says, it'll always tell you what it means. Because every situation has a different meaning, in my opinion.
Well, if I got a different opinion from you than you did from me, then if we had Jeff Shaker come in and try to help us decipher.
But there's no wrong if it says something to you.
Well,
That's my whole point. Is if you read something and it says something to you in your heart, that's what it means to you. Doesn't mean that the next guy that reads it's going to have the same interpretation because the situations are not the same.
well, that decides on a deal that if you're rich or poor, the rich people are going to see stuff different than the poor people.
Because we're all going through something different.
And it's a living word. You can read the same scripture one day, and the next day something can be going on, and all of a sudden that scripture hits you like a rock and means everything.
Absolutely. 100%.
And like I told you, Travis, I never grew up in churches or with the Bible. I just spoke to God, just me and him, because I got a really bad feeling about churches and the statues in there and the stuff that they said. And I couldn't understand any of their Bibles. Literally, I couldn't until I met Remote and he helped me understand them. And that made a huge difference.
Well, the Living Bible that I have is more story-like than any other Bibles that I have. But some of them Bibles that you read them, and there's so many these and those and thous, and you need one to kind of break it down into a sentence where it's where you can understand it.
Right.
Yeah,
But,
after I met Remote and he helped me start understanding it, I got the King James 1611 Study Bible, and it has so much more in it to help you understand different passages and stuff.
Well, I think the
And
King James Version Bible is one of the better Bibles.
yeah, this is the one I got is the 1611 Study Bible. So it has all this extra stuff in it. It has extra pictures. It helps explain certain verses and scriptures. And it's really helped me a lot. But I couldn't comprehend any of them until Remote helped me understand them. So
right.
it was
But
just
I
me.
need to seek the
It
Lord
was,
as my Savior and get down into trying to be a Christian, and I learned a lot about the Bible I didn't know, and I'm still learning.
me too.
It's
Because like I said, I only for 50 years it was just me talking to God and that was it.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, he's got to think he's got enough people that love him and trust him to be able to come in and help the world out.
See, and that's what I've said. We have to change the hearts of our country before the good Lord's going to come in here and help us, right?
Yeah.
That's what I read too when I read the same verse that you're referring, because that's the way I see it. I don't know what then, and maybe that's something I was learned, and I can't even quote the. I can't
That's
quote.
where these military men should learn to pray about what they're being asked to do before they do it, and ask God to show them the way, the right way,
Fair enough.
and maybe even tell them how to do it to conquer whatever they're going to conquer.
Right.
Because there is wars,
These wars are
lots of wars in the Bible.
well, there is, but these wars that are going on now is just a big money laundering scheme, in
Yeah,
my
it
opinion.
has nothing to do with God.
Has nothing to
whatsoever.
do with God. That's exactly right.
No.
But they're just doing it because. Okay, so was you here when Toby was talking about working for KBR over in Iraq? And he said the little pin to fix the forklift cost $1,600.
Yeah.
It's probably $5 in the
Yeah.
United States.
Yeah.
Well, KBR is part of Halliburton, and who's tied to all that?
I don't know.
Wasn't it Cheney?
Well, that's like in the Independence Day movie when what's his name's dad says, "Well, you don't think that a toilet seat actually costs $30,000, do you?"
Right. I can remember Dad screaming and hollering about a $30,000 hammer or something that the government had. Wasn't that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, he was pissed. This was in the 80s. He was pissed. But that's why it is. But so the politicians get contracts, then they sub them out to somebody else that subs them out to somebody else, and by the time it gets down to the guy that's actually supplying the stuff, they're at a normal profit. They need to. Any contract given out by the government needs to go directly to the contractor that's doing the work, in my opinion.
Yep.
I don't think these contractors should be able to sub none of that out. You either put up or shut up.
That's why they said let them out, because they don't really know what they're talking about. But they want the big bucks, and hire this company and gives them little bucks.
Okay, that's exactly
Hi,
right.
Gina.
Hey, Gina, what's up? Yep, the big bucks are squandered to the rich.
Just like you can be a minister and be a rich minister and get richer and richer. But if you aren't following the 10 Commandments and God's Word, that money ain't going to help you.
Well, that's part of the problem now is you see a lot of these.
Buildings ain't gonna help you
You-
one bit.
Well, and you see a lot of these super churches that they don't do anything to help anybody.
But they got people convinced they need to give them money.
But they're getting millions and millions of dollars.
Yes.
Right.
And they're wrong.
Exactly right. And I think those are the people that are ruining the good churches that
Yes.
are in some of these communities.
Yes.
Gina says hi.
Hi. I'm going to one more time.
Going to bed one more time. Are you going to make it this time?
I don't know.
All right. Well, don't forget to put your oxygen
I'll
on.
just finish reading my Bible.
All right.
You need to have a lesson and read it because I've been marking it with the green magic marker.
Well, that's all right. Okay.
That means
Night,
it is
Mama
green.
T.
Huh?
Brenda, say good night.
Good night.
All right. Well, good time. Yeah, come on more often. You've always got some great input.
You come to bed here in a minute. I'll come after you.
All right.
Tomorrow I want you to put Christmas decorations back up there.
Okay, we can do that. No problem. See you in the morning. Don't forget Reuben. Don't forget Reuben. Oh, don't fall down.
Oh.
Come on, Reuben.
Is she
Come on,
okay?
TV channel. We'll hook her up. She'd be spewing the truth at you. I promise.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she missed the step with her cane. Come on, Reuben.
Come on,
There you go. All right, Mom. Good night.
All right, good night. Jesus loves us all. You just got to accept his love.
That's right. I 100% agree with that.
Okay,
Have a
so
great
I heard you get your marching orders for the morning.
Oh yeah, that's no big deal. Won't take me 2 minutes to do what she wants. I'll work on getting her own channel. I'm trying to get her to do some more TikToks, Gene. I don't know whether you follow some TikTok. My mother has some funny stuff, and I need a camera running 24/7 to catch it because it's random shit, and she will very rarely repeat it. When I went in the other day, and she had the Halloween glasses on, and she was screaming, I can't see, I can't see. They were little bitty glasses that looked like her eyes were blacked out. I can't find. I'm blind. Help me. Help me. Every day she cracks me up. You don't know how to go look at TikTok? It's another app. You can look at it without going to the app though. I do it because it's fun. There's a lot of good information over there too, by the way. I follow some really good creators that content creators that put out a lot of good stuff. But that's how my raising goes. My mama was strict with us. And she's starting to see that. How do I find you there? It's TLH1968, Gina. I think I can drop my username in there. Let's see if I can find it right quick. Oh, 1963. Here, I'll drop it in the chat. This is my channel right here. And I share a lot of stuff on there that's really good stuff.
To go kind of off topic, and
Yes,
you know, all that's gone on in this past week with the Buffalo Bills and the fellow that went down and was
holy moly.
on life support and everything. You want to look at how many millions of people around the world were brought back to prayer because of him and because of what happened. And because they saw the reaction of the players from both teams of what they were seeing going on. In a week, it brought millions around the world back to prayer. And that, to me, is a great thing.
Right. I'm sorry you lost your mom. I don't know what I'd do without my mother sometimes. I can't get this link open. Let me go back. Try this again. So I have another anonymous donor. Thank you very much for the coffees. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. That'll help our cause. We're gonna start running around the world. What you doing, Mo? Here, I'll get it. Can you put it on the freezer? Okay. There you go. Now put that back over here where it belongs.
Yes, there was Bengals fans and Bills fans arm in arm praying together. There were Bengals players and
Yeah, your
Bills
microphone just went. Your microphone just went put.
Oh.
It's going burp, 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 burp. Huh? No, I'm good. I think I'm good for tonight. My toe would have started hurting if it was bothering me. Thank you though. I can't get it to open.
I just thought that was the greatest thing, that it brought both teammates, both teams' fans, and people around the world back to prayer. And it was just amazing.
You may have to refresh because you're robotic.
Okay, well, I'm just going to step down and say goodnight then, Travis, because...
Okay.
Yeah. I just thought that was a great thing.
Oh, now you're just cleared up. I don't know what happened there.
I just thought it was an amazing thing how many people it brought together. And this young man fought his way as a 6th-round draft pick to get onto the team so that he could practice his heart out and train in the instance that he might get to fill in for someone else. And before he even made it to the Bills organization, he started that toy drive for less fortunate kids.
Okay, I caught part of that. I caught the unfortunate kids. Why don't you refresh? Because I think we need to hear that. MR was a good guy before this. His coach and others said Christmas and not afraid to say it. All right. I'll bet that's now your signal all strong again. It was you sounded kind of like Jeff did when he had his little episode.
It was doing the this young man fought his way as a 6th-round draft pick to make it to an NHL team, to sit there with the team, practice his heart out with this team, and waited for the opportunity to fill in an NFL game. Okay. But before he even made it there, he started that toy drive for less fortunate kids in his community.
Oh, awesome.
And he goes to the toy drive. He hangs with the kids. He helps them pick their toys. He'll sign anything they want. He's a good kid.
Awesome.
And
I just sent you the article that that Deb sent us about this amac.us. I finally did get it to open, and I was able to look at it.
Is it the one dated the 31st, Travis?
No, this is an article about it.
Oh,
it's on,
okay.
It's on america.us.
And so what I thought about that tragedy and everything that both teams, and I mean, mentally, those two teams were just drained beyond anybody's imagination, because they all know they can get hurt when they go out there. but nobody had ever seen anything like that before. And you could tell from the players' reactions how it was affecting them. And the fact that it brought millions of people, fans on both sides, players on both sides, and people from around the world all together in prayer.
Right.
I thought
Yeah.
that was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. It is amazing.
And the other thing was that his Toy Drive Foundation surged in a week from just under $2,500 to over $7 million.
Wow.
And his mom couldn't wait to tell him when he woke up that he would have enough money to buy however many toys he needed for as long as he needed. And he
Yeah.
put his dad in charge, and they're going to transfer it to a non-profit charity, and his dad is going to make sure that every cent goes where it belongs. So out of tragedy came many miracles.
Yes.
And the doctors at the trauma center said that the reaction of both medical teams on the field is what saved Damar's life. Because they were out there in less than 30 seconds from both teams. And they said when they got to him, he had a pulse. But as soon as they lost it, that's when they immediately started CPR. So they immediately started getting oxygen to his brain.
Well, and something people don't realize, in an uncontrolled environment like that, you have 1% success rate with CPR. My mother was an EMT instructor trainer. I'm not a big fan because the 1%, but that 1% is 1%. But that's also God's hands involved too. We can't stop what's God's will.
Right.
And I think, and maybe this was a step in the right direction, because those people were allowed to pray on that field. Before, they would have been persecuted for that.
Yep. And I mean, they had fans and players outside the hospital for days.
Right.
And tributes and prayers being left all over outside the hospital. They were sending food to the medical staff at the hospital to thank them for what they were doing for Damar. But when the doctors actually came out and gave their official update, they gave all the credit to those two medical teams that were on the field, because they said they were the ones who saved his life. And because of their quick reaction, getting oxygen to him is what protected his brain function.
Exactly. Well, and two, I think that I see the whole bigger picture there, and it's amazing, and it's an amazing story, and I'm glad you shared that, because I didn't know a lot of this stuff. But wow, that'll send chills down your spine.
Yeah, and when they started, when he got over 75% breathing on his own, and the machine was only doing 25%, they started decreasing what was keeping him in the induced coma, and allowing him to wake up, because they still weren't sure about his brain function, right?
Right.
And when he woke up, he grabbed the nurse's hand, and he was grabbing at the respirator, and she said, "If you understand me," she said, "nod your head." She said, "You can't touch that. You have to leave it alone. If you understand me." And so he nodded yes. And so then he picked up his hand and he started motioning for something to write on. And she said, "If you promise me not to touch that," she said, "I will go and get you something to write on." And then she went and got his parents, the team staff that had been, his parents and some of the staff members from the team had been there since Monday night. And so they all came in. And she brought him in a clipboard with a notepad and a pen. And the first thing he wrote was, "Who won the game? Did we win?"
Wow.
And the nurse said, "DeMar, you won the game of life."
No doubt.
And he had no clue that he'd been out for as long as he had been.
Yeah. And Jeannie's got a comment in there. She says, what happened to him is happening to many athletes. They're all just dropping to the ground suddenly with their legs shaking. I think it's from the jab. Why do they all drop to their leg with their legs shaking? I don't know. But that's another thing that you see on TikTok. Every single time one of those athletes drops, it's immediately somebody posted, and it's awful.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of what's coming next.
And see, for the longest time, well, for pretty much the entire week, even the MSM, all of them were being respectful, and they were not showing the tackle.
Right.
I
don't think the tackle was the big deal. They showed a lot. I've seen a lot of clips of the tackle. I've seen people way more messed up than that get up and walk away.
I know, but when you look close at the replay, it looks like his elbow, or when DeMar actually took him to the ground, the helmet hit him in the chest really hard. Like blunt force trauma. Possibly. And they said if it hits at just the right time in the process of your heart, it can throw your heart into tachycardia.
Yeah.
But at any rate, they're also talking about the thing in the arm.
Well, so that's where I was going to go with this. So now they're trying to normalize the myocarditis in children.
Yeah.
It's up 300, 700%. Really?
What was that? Wasn't there a newborn baby or a 2-month-old baby given a transfusion? And they were given,
I believe that's true.
They were given blood that was V'd, and that baby died within hours.
I think I did see something about that. I'll have to go back and look because I want to get the details on that, because that's exactly right. And seeing that was one of the concerns that I had the other day when my mother went to get her transfusion. I wanted to know if it was unV'd blood. Well, you can't give hemoglobin if you're V'd, apparently. Now, I didn't go in and ask the questions because they told me I had to wear a mask in the hospital, so I told them no. But maybe I should have nutted up and put the mask on, grabbed it around my neck, and went in there and asked the question.
Yeah. And see, what I'm hoping for is, with the millions and millions of prayers that he received, that he does recover from this. And I hope he comes out and he takes down the NFL. Because these players.
But I think that's part of their plan anyway.
These players were threatened that if they didn't get it, they wouldn't play.
Okay, so we have to be careful about some of this stuff too, because if you're talking about taking out the upper middle class. Once the upper middle class doesn't exist anymore, the middle class is done, and we're all bottom feeders. Because that's what the government.
You got to take out. You got to take out the top and the middle, Travis.
So we're gonna be down to billionaires only.
No, I said you got to take out the top ones.
What's happened But listen. So if you think about this, and you may not agree. I don't know if you do or not. But Hollywood,
yes, Gina.
Hollywood, and professional sports have been pushing the woke agenda. They're the upper middle class. Once you get rid of those, then the billionaires and the trillionaires scoop it all up and say it's mine, mine, mine.
Yeah, but I'm saying you need to take out the ones at the very top as well as the ones in the middle.
You're not going to take out the ones at the very top, because the very top ones are ones that are trying to destroy the middle, the ones below them, to get to us. The middle class is the majority in this country. They're coming for us, but they have to go through them to get it done. I think that woke Hollywood and woke NFL players are their key proponents. They've been targeted to say and speak and do a specific thing. They all have handlers. I know a lady in West Virginia that moved from California, and I can't remember, Tom Cruise, I think, used to come in their shop. And he came in and he couldn't speak without his handler telling him what to say.
Oh, yeah, and he's one of the big honchos at the Scientology.
Exactly. So that's the way it works. I do watch Dr. John Campbell in England. He has some really good content. He has some really bad content, because I've asked him many questions that are absolutely important, and he will not even acknowledge them. And I know he gets 1 million views or whatever he gets on these videos, but there's a lot of stuff that I don't agree with him, and I can't get him to engage at all. I believe most of the middle class did not take the V. A lot of people are doing from V as upper class athletes, etc. You're exactly right, Shelley. But they were using those people to get us to take those things, to get us all in line with what they're going to do. They're going to take their own people out that are supporting this, in my opinion.
Well, that's like I said.
Hang on here. Let's read this. Gina says she's facing surgery, and I asked if needed blood. Is the blood donated by those that have the V? They said they have no idea. Gina, when are you supposed to have your surgery? You can donate your own blood, and they have to give it to you, and it doesn't cost anything to do. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
that's okay. It's like, though, I said the other day, or maybe not the other day, could have been weeks ago, I can't remember. I said, what do you think about all these Hollywood bigwigs, all the ones that have been making the symbols and doing all the
symbols? The symbols I don't care about. I mean, I've done this a million times. Okay, this is okay to me.
No,
So
I mean the ones that are covering their eyes and doing all the other stuff.
See,
the ones that have sold their, like, okay, Bob Dylan, classic example, said in an interview, if you are a Hollywood or music entertainer and you have millions of followers, he said, you sold your soul to get them. And he said, and I know because I did it.
Right.
And I said, I said, so what do you think about all these empty Hollywood and musician mansions that are abandoned?
That's what I'm telling you. If you'll get here, we'll drive over there and we'll squat one of those. Be ours.
Right? And I said, and they go, oh, that don't mean nothing. I said, well, where are they? Oh, I just saw them on TV the other day. I said, you saw them on TV, but when was that recorded?
Right.
When was the last time you saw any of these people in person?
So is live. So that brings me to another good point. So these live videos that the news media are showing, are they really live?
Exactly. You have no idea.
No.
They can green screen anything.
Well, even if it was recorded just for theater.
or recorded months ago. You have no
Right.
idea when it was done.
Exactly. Gina, I'll
And
drive out there and give you blood. I don't know what my blood type is, but if you need blood, I'll bring it to you. I'll be close. I'll be in Pennsylvania. But what I would do is go donate my own and say, this is mine. I'm going to use it. Give it to my doctor, or the doctor takes it and be done with it. Being
like
a knee surgeon, I wouldn't think that you would have to do that. What's up, David N? What knee haul hell, Bubba?
like Mel Gibson is getting all kinds of threats because he stood up as a witness against Weinstein, and because he's helping Operation Underground with the kids. And
Well,
he's received.
I've heard some bad things about the Operation Underground too. So what I think it is I think it's people that are. I think that they've been infiltrated by people that are telling bad stuff. It's so hard to see what it all is cool. I mean, it's ridiculous. The misinformation, every angle of every aspect of every corner of our world has been infiltrated by bad people.
Yeah.
So the symbolism now, okay, so I haven't paid a lot of attention to it because it doesn't mean anything to me. I know this is supposed to be bad. I literally got the first week of TikTok, I had an Illuminati guy reach out to me, and he's telling me that I've got to get these, and I did it trying to infiltrate them. And he says that I got to get these ingredients for a, what did he call it? There's a, I can't remember what it's called now. Surgery and Mark can't donate blood. I tried once and died for a minute. No vitals. Oh shit. Okay, so we need to know what Gina's blood type is to get somebody that's not me to go up there and donate to Gina. That'd be a cause I'll get behind. What is it? Oh, your initiation. So you have to get these ingredients, but they come from all over the country. And what these people want you to do is cash out them the money, and they'll get the ingredients for you.
Yeah.
So I said, no. I said, why can't I just buy these direct? Oh, well, no, you can't do that. I said, so you're a scam artist.
Yeah.
Good night, David.
Good night, David.
See, I don't always read my comments correctly. I try to do as good as I can. Chat's very important to me. A lot of stuff that comes from chat, we want to talk about what you guys want to talk about. You go into so many of these chats, and this is a really good one. I'm not bragging. There's only lying and telling the truth. But the people that come into chat, for the most part, want to have the conversation that we're having. So I think it's important that we personalize that, because I'm not any less important than somebody in chat. O positive, very common type. Okay, I'll do some research and we'll see if we can help you out, sweetheart. I don't think on a knee surgery you would need much blood, but just in case, I'll drive out there, and if mine is, you can have mine. Talk about goober sandwiches. Okay. It's not Dinkleberry sandwich, though, is it? O positive, you can actually give blood. If you could give blood, it covers all of them, I think. Or is it O negative that does that?
No, I think it's O positive.
Okay. So it's not going to be that common. I actually know somebody, though. Maybe O. It's O negative that's, it's O negative that's, I don't know. I'll call tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure O positive is the one that you can give to other blood types.
I thought it was O neg, but you may be right. I'll check into that. I asked if a family member could donate. They said no. My family is all jabbed anyway. The surgery is very large cyst on my ovary. Oh, make sure that just take them out. We had my ex-wife actually had one that we actually named it. She had an ovarian cyst, and Grosby is what we called it. Okay.
I'm pretty sure they can't tell you who can donate as long as it's the right blood type.
Right. I think if we went to your doctor and said that we need to do this for you, Gina, that they would actually wouldn't have any.
And you need to have someone in there with oversight to make sure that that's what they use.
I'm all positive. Country Homestead cracks me up. He says, David, my hubby can jump in his Learjet and run to you. LOL, if he had one. But I promise you, if they did have one, they would absolutely come get that. These are good people.
I mean, as scary as things are in the hospital, you would need to have someone on your side, like your doctor or someone that's going to make sure that you get the right blood.
I agree with that 100%.
Because there's a lot of scary crap going on in these hospitals these days.
Yeah, there is. And my mother tried to get me to go to the doctor when I didn't feel good the other day. And I said, Mother, I said, you have no idea how much mistrust I have in these doctors. And I said, from the things that you've told me, there's no reason you trust them either. She said, I'm going to do what I want to do anyway. And I said, I agree with you. My older brother and my younger sister are having a fit about my mother smoking too much. She's 75 goddamn years old. Leave the woman alone. Period.
Let me tell you something really freaky, Travis. My dad used to donate blood every 3 months religiously from the time he came to Canada. Actually, I think he started donating when he was in Great Britain. And then he continued here. And you're only allowed to donate every 3 months. Okay? And the day that he turned 75, they refused his blood. And my dad said, in the classic words of Travis, what in the hee-haw hell? He said, what does the fact that I just have a birthday have to do with Nope. After you're this age, you can't donate anymore.
Really?
Yep.
I think Gina must be behind just a little bit. That or the chats are lagging really, really bad. Yeah, it has to be like, because we talked about Grosby. My ex-wife had a watermelon-sized cyst on one of her ovaries. They did a partial hysterectomy on my ex-wife after my daughter was born, about 10 months after. She was on her deathbed. And so when they went in to do this, it was a really scary process. They said it's going to be an hour. And it was in 6-hour surgery. And I had to go ask for a doctor to come out and tell me what the hell went on, because it's supposed to be a day surgery as well. And it wasn't. But I'm telling you, if you're having trouble with any of your girl parts, please just get them out of there. You're going to go through hell, and I'm sorry. But, yeah, they can do laser. And, Shelly, that's what they were trying to do when my wife was in there. My ex-wife was in there. I'll pick him up and bring him up there, no problem. But I lost my train of thought. ADHD. Laparoscope. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I would have all of them taken out, because she didn't, and she had later on she had to have another surgery. So I'm not a doctor, and I don't play one on TV, and I'm not a YouTube doctor either. But I know from life experiences that Um, I know a lot of people that have done partials and it didn't work for them either. The problem is it sends you into menopause early. I have to be careful what I say too, because I'll be giving medical advice. Oh, now, country, you just made a statement that I didn't understand, because most men do cooking on the grill. That's a man's world. I would love to see more women that learn how to use a grill. Most women don't do it because it's a guy thing, and maybe it's out of respect. That's our stuff. If I come to your house, you're not manning the grill. I'm going to man the grill. Did we lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay. That's my point. Okay. Sorry, I was helping. Don't be scared to death. We got you. Man's doctor surgery. When are you having this surgery again? I'll drive up there. Make sure they treat you right.
I think she said March.
March? Okay. Let me put it on my calendar. I will absolutely drive out there and go through this with you. I have no shame in my game. I'll make sure they do the right thing, and I'll give them a whole bunch of shit.
Okay, Travis, I'm going to step down because I'm fading.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, thanks for coming up. You kept the conversation interesting, and thank you guys for chatting with Mom. Mom's awesome. I love my mom.
And I can't wait till Country tries those Lazy Man cabbage rolls.
It's a laser surgery. The laser will stop the bleeding immediately. I've actually had 2 laparoscopic things, and I didn't I didn't lose a drop of blood.
Good night, Texas. Stay safe, buddy.
Well, thank you, Brenda, for coming up. We're going to go ahead and get out of here. Prayers to all you people that need it. Thank you guys for the donations. I really do appreciate it. We're going to do some good stuff with it. We got an anonymous one, and then Texas Info Warrior. Thank you for the coffees. I really appreciate it. Anything that comes in, we're going to spend it in gas. We're going to burn the goddamn United States highways up, going from place to place, doing the right thing, helping the right people. Read that email. Okay, so she sent you an email. Oh, we can't quit? What in the heck? What in the hee-haw heck? All right, so you want to be...
She sent me an email?
Yeah, she sent you an email.
Okay.
And then she wants to get mouthy about what in the hee-haw heck are we quitting for. So here we go. Huh. Talk about call you out. I call you out. Okay. Well, if you need somebody to come up there and be there with you, I will absolutely do that for you. I have no... Okay, so they're just going to take the cyst. Well, that's fine. But absolutely, if you need somebody that will be there for you, I'll be there for you. That's what I do. That's all I've ever wanted to do is run around and help people. I don't march. Yeah, but you didn't give us a day. I have my calendar pulled up, so I put it on my calendar. Here, I can do better than this. There we go. Now it's in it. I have no one to go with me because my family disowned me. Okay, I'll go with you. I'll hold your hand. No problem. I need to know the exact date, please, and thank you. This would be a good cause to get behind. This is what I like to do. I like to go help people. I'll go with you. Don't you worry about that. I'll be on their ass. Oh, called the country homesteader out. She shows up. What's up, girlfriend?
You're crazy.
I told you I was a little bit of cray cray, and you said I wasn't earlier. So who's calling cray cray now?
Did you send that email to Miss Brenda that I sent you?
Yes, I sent the
good.
link to it.
Cool beans. Good. I was trying to find different places who was commenting on the Brunson case.
Yes.
And that's one of the places that I found that actually put out an article on it.
And I think that's a reasonably credible news source too.
Well, now that I don't know because I haven't done any homework on them, but I did want to send that to you so you could see it. And the date on it's January 4th. So what I'm going to do is make a log and go through and see how many other news sources that I can find that have put out anything on it and write down their information.
Right. And that's a good thing to do.
So we'll see. I mean,
well, I don't have a lot of confidence in a lot of the proceedings that are going on because we don't have. I'm not sure who's supposed to initiate a lot of this stuff.
well, see, the thing is, there's a lot of stuff that was on that I found that was on the docket. Oh, do what?
Go ahead.
It looks like there's a lot of things that I saw on the docket before the end of the year that I swear, Travis, it looks like it's not there. Of cases that they've heard. I don't know if I'm just crazy and maybe it looks way shorter than it was or what, but it doesn't look like there's the same amount there that there was before.
Well, and that's why I don't know. Gina, I'm going to drop this link one more time. If you don't have to come up on panel or nothing. If you'll come up here, I will give you my personal phone number. I promise you. And if you want to stay and you want to participate, that's fantastic. If you don't, I understand. But just click the link and I can put it in the private chat and I'll have to put it out there. I screenshotted your phone number and then deleted it. That was the other time. So, yeah, just grab that and I'll put it in the private chat because I will absolutely. She says she has nobody up there that will go with her to this surgery.
That's crazy.
I'll go with it.
Everybody should have somebody.
Right, well, I'll be that guy. There's no shame in my game. You know what? People that need help, they need somebody to show up. That's it.
Yep. Our communities need to start pulling back together.
Well, and that's a great point. But our communities, we're not helping our own communities out because everybody's too busy bullshit. They don't even see what's happening. Nobody sees it. Nobody cares.
People's too worried
Okay.
about going and
Well, they're worried about the stuff they're trying to accumulate.
yeah.
It's just stuff, guys. You know what? I made $30,000 a week at one point in my life too. It ain't worth it. That's the number one problem because I am on the other side of the border in a place that's very dangerous right now. And I know you are.
That's right.
Yeah. But we got to build our
If I had a
communities.
way to go pick her up, I'd go get her.
I tried to get her on the boat. I told her to go to the boat and get on a boat.
That's just crazy. I don't understand. Well, no, I do understand because you know what? You could see things changing from the 80s to the 90s. And then a lot of stuff changed in the latter part of the 90s into the early 2000s.
You are exactly
And then after
right.
2006, it was in 2006, it's like the world got flipped upside down.
Yep. It absolutely did.
But I remember after 9/11, I remember thinking when they say it's the end of the world as we know it, I knew that all that stuff from that and all of the stuff about them wanting to have access to all the phone records and all that, I knew that that was going to end up coming back to bite people.
Right.
Under the name of security.
Yep.
That was the beginning of them having a legal way to censor people.
Right.
So
You did move the button. I'm sorry, Lisa. Lisa was talking about something that went on hours ago, and I said, "You're behind in chat, or behind in the screen." That's all right. But Gina, absolutely. I don't know how to reach out to you. I know I screenshotted her phone number. If anybody has Gina's phone number, please give it to me. I will text her and let her know who it is, and we can go that route, whatever it takes. But if she doesn't have anybody to be there with her, she needs somebody to be there with her. That's my opinion.
She does.
That's what reaching out in your community is. You know, our community is the whole world. The United States, I'm stricken to the United States because I'm not going to get a passport. They can kiss all the way off. I will travel anywhere in the lower 48 states that somebody would like or needs somebody to be there. No questions asked. And I will be an advocate for whatever you need as long as we're doing good work. Hands down, no problem, no questions asked. I will show up. And I think that's what the American people have lost this for so long. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Okay, Gina, you're going to see, they're going to see something pop up. If you don't want to stay in here, that's fine. But this is my personal number. If you want to stay, you can type in that chat, and I will absolutely bring you up on the panel. Let me know that you here. I'll type it in there again because I don't think you got it.
It's in there, Travis.
Well, I know, but I want to make sure that she gets it. It's
Yeah.
2. It's 2. No,
Yeah.
it's 3042. Okay, let me copy that. Okay, I got you too. Copy, and I gotta email it to myself.
Dina, do you want me to write mine?
Oh, I got
Does she
no.
want mine or
I got it. I got it.
you can
Thank
give her
you.
mine if she wants mine?
Oh, absolutely. I'll talk to her tomorrow, or I'll actually text her in just a minute. Paste. Send. Got you. I got you now. Would you like me to put you up on the panel? It's a sad situation that she's in, and it breaks my heart if there's nobody going to be there with her. Yeah, I'm not going to
Does
play
she
that
want me to
game.
write her number down?
There we go. She wants up on the panel. There she is. Hi, Gina.
Hi.
How are
Can you
you?
hear me?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
good. How are you?
I'm old, I'm tired, and I'm grouchy, but I'm fighting every day of it.
Me too. I got a bum knee. It's awful.
I'm so sorry.
My knees,
You what?
I said my knees actually feeling better.
Oh, that's good news.
Icing it, and it's been the ice has been really helping. Can you hear me okay? Oh my God.
Okay, so D Dog, I can't come up. D dot dot dot. I don't know who you are. Will the real D Dog say that you're in chat, please, and thank you? Thank you, Lily J. Somebody's microphone just went. Okay, well, I know where that's coming from. It's coming from here. Okay, maybe. Did that fix the problem? Nope. Okay. Anybody here?
My
Oh,
microphone on this computer is terrible. I don't know if you can even hear.
we can hear you now.
You can hear me now. And this
Yes, ma'am.
This microphone just does not work right on the iPad.
It's working good now. We can hear everything you're saying.
Okay. I'm talking into the side.
Yeah.
I need to get some head be better.
You need to get what?
Headphones. I need some headphones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'll help. It
Yeah.
will.
So, huh?
So we can still hear you. Go ahead. Every time you move it, it crackles.
Yeah, it's not good. When you the show, can you call me?
Yeah. Say again.
I said when you stream, can you give me a call and we can just talk for a minute?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Well, if you need somebody to be there for you, I promise you I'll show up, because I don't think anybody should go through any of those kind of things by themselves. And it breaks my heart that you have to. So I'm not going to let that happen.
I can't believe you would do that. But you help a lot of people.
Man, you know what? I would do it for I will do it for anybody that never, you know, I've done some stuff for people that took advantage of my kindness, and
Right.
I'll do it once for anybody, and I'll do it twice for most. I will absolutely would not mind it at all. That's right. God will make the way, Lily J says. We'll make it happen. You know, it's important to me to touch people because our communities are so broken. Our families are torn apart. And it really hurts my heart to see all these things go on. And I think what little bit of influence that I use and go out and do the things, I think it's going to spread. I don't know whether you guys remember Greg Marker that used to come on my show. He's broke as all get out, but he gets out in his community now and he helps people because he's a good man. And Larry Price actually sent him something that made him cry, and he went out and bought somebody else's Thanksgiving dinner last year for doing that. That's what we need, Lily J. You're right. I will show up, go out. She's in Connecticut, I think. Aren't you in Connecticut? Gina? Am I talking to myself? Can anybody hear me?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. So what state are you in?
I'm in Burlington, Vermont.
Vermont. Okay. I was thinking Connecticut, but you're right. Okay. So I've got it on. As soon as you give me the date, I'll put it on my calendar, and we're going to start working towards that. Hey, Kathy, what's up? It's exactly right. Kathy has a perfect example of what we're talking about. But I'll promise you, if you need somebody there, you need somebody there regardless. I will come sit with you, hold your hand, pray with you, whatever it takes to get through this. If my blood's the right type, they can use mine and they can tell all them vaxxers to piss up a rope. No questions asked. No questions asked, and I expect nothing in return. That's not who I am. I don't go places and expect people to repay any favors. I want them to give it to the neighbors, give it to your neighbors, give it to your neighbors. That's where it's got to be. That's where it's got to start. We got to start teaching this stuff. Even with invasive surgery, that is very hard to do. Surgery as far as recovery. Just popped in. I want to say hi. Well, glad you did, Kathy. Thank you guys. Kick Richard in the foot or something. I don't know. You backseat person. Okay, your microphone just went kaput. Kaput. Yep. Can't hear a word. I can see that you're talking, but it's not. We can't hear you. I'm sorry. Try to refresh your link. I didn't mean literally, but you can if you want to. I want to hear him say Alex in the chat. You're right, Lily J. Thank you. Lily J's one of my best supporters. Okay, I got your contact information now. Did you email it? How did I get it? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. You may have to refresh to be able to talk, but thank you, Lily J. She's one of the kindest, biggest community supporters I've ever met in my life, and I've got a good bunch of people. Everybody that supports this channel is awesome. I try not to ever ask, but sometimes I need to. You know, I had a rough month this month, and we missed a date, but we missed it for the right reason because they changed the dates, and then they changed the times, and then they went back and and changed them again. So now it's back to 6:30. All we can do is click, click, click. Deborah, are you still here?
I'm here. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Well, I feel like I was over here overrunning the channel. Throw me out if I'm being obnoxious, okay?
Oh, fine.
I know. I'm just kidding.
I'm just looking at and trying to find
Right.
something. And I'm
No,
still
you can't.
going.
Right. You can't type in the public chat up here. You have to open an extra window. So if you got your phone there handy, then you can't. Lily J says, "I'm nobody, just trying to help somebody, just like you do." Well, but that's exactly right. But if we're not all on the same page, pulling for the same piece of rope, and we're pulling against each other. But I watched this woman, Lily J. She wants to help everybody too. And I only have a little bit of
Yep.
advice because I had to learn this myself. We can't save the whole world, but we can save one person at a time, and that's what we got to do. I did. I'll actually text that to her so we don't have to do that again. Reach one, teach one. Lily J she's the that's her saying.
She's got me in Alaska Prepper saying, reach one, teach one. Yep.
That's right. And she says that, and that's right. You're welcome, Gina. No problem. Or I sent that to you in a text. I may have to refresh my phone. We can't do that now. We have a great community. We're a small community, and I'm okay with that. I think most people that come to my chat are genuine. And I reach one, teach one. That's right. I appreciate everybody. I would rather have 20 or 30 people in my chat that give a shit about what's going on than have 20,000 that are donating money to causes that are never going to help anything. I don't like asking for donations. I do accept them, and I will show up as promptly as I can every single time. See, she just sent me back. She said, "Well, we're going to make it happen." Well, we absolutely can. Not by yourself, Lily J. Lily J donates a lot of money to us. I love her and appreciate her. Where are you going to bed, Sissy K? It's not your bedtime. You put it in private chat? No, it's not there. It's not there. I don't know how you reached out to me. Damn it. We'll figure it out. I try to be a true patriot because I care about the well-being of the country. I care about our children, and we've got to stand up for our children. I mentioned me and another person mentioned this a year ago. If we don't draw the line in the sand at our children, we're failing our country. And I truly believe that. I'll check my email too, by the way. I don't think he's got my email address. Nope. I don't have your contact information, D-Dog. And it may show up in the morning. I mean, we're out here in cell phone hell. But so the the definition of a true patriot, in my opinion, Lily J, is somebody that's willing to help our neighbors. Well, there's several different ways, Kathy. And I hate ever asking for donations. You can go this route. And I've got another one, but I don't know how to get that. Thank you, Lily J. Lily J is awesome. I've talked to her on the phone for hours. What an awesome person. You want to talk about who cares for humanity? She does. Hey, Larry P's in the house. What's up, bro? There it is. We're this way, Kathy.
Travis, I just found it.
Oh, you found it? Cool. Awesome. I knew you
Okay,
would.
listen. This is what I did. Hold on. Let me tell you how I did it. Okay. I typed into my regular Google bar at the top. I typed in Brunton versus /Adams. Okay. Then I scrolled down and I scrolled down to where it says Supreme Court dockets, Brunson versus Adam case that. Okay. ... And it says historic case has been docketed by the United States Supreme Court. You go and you pull that up, and then it shows you a little tab to where you go and you push that tab and it takes you to the Supreme Court's docket. For literally the Supreme Court. Versus where when you type it into the Supreme Court's search document, it will not pull it up. But it says it was docketed on October 24th, 2022. Okay. And then it says on December 31st, a supplemental amicus brief of Paul Preston, the new California state, has not for filing and was received out of time. Okay.
So I have a question right there. Before you continue, it says the new president of California. What does that mean?
Oh, those are I'll have to go back and read the other thing on that too, to explain it. But they've basically got two different filings, okay, for the same cause.
Okay.
But I have to read all that other stuff too. But this is that the other party, the defendant basically responded, but they responded late. Okay. See what I'm saying?
Sorry, I'm having a coughing fit over here. So, but I'm curious as to what the hell this president of California even means. I mean, that
is the other defendant. That is the defendant. That is the Adams part of it. That's their attorneys and stuff.
Okay. But why is he deeming himself as a president of California? See, the language in that doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, it's not going to. And I don't understand any legal stuff anyway. We can hear you trying to talk, Jeannie, but it's not working. I don't know why.
Okay, well, that is what is on their docket. Okay, and it goes down and shows everything. It shows the dates. So it is on there, but for whatever reason, it is not showing up when you go to manually type it in yourself for number 22-380. It will not pull it up.
What's up, D-Dog? Ding
I
dong.
don't
But
know.
it is on their.
Okay.
And it says the case number is 22-4007.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yep. 22-4007.
And I think that that's the number that I typed in. Huh?
I'm Googling it now.
Okay. I thought I typed in the other night whenever I found what I found.
Uh-huh.
But then I couldn't find it tonight because I got confused about all the other places I'd went. Because I wrote it down on a little napkin here at the table because I didn't have my book with me.
Okay. Gina, I wish your microphone would work because she just typed in the private chat. She said, "Travis, I can give you some insight to the president of California titled Scary Stuff." So absolutely, I'll call you when we're done. Hopefully we'll get your microphone fixed before you have to go. I know I'm gonna have to go to bed for long. I do have some questions for D-Dog though, by the way. If you will please and thank you. That's all right, go right ahead, brother. I got you. It's okay. It's okay, D-Dog. You do you, brother. Because I want to try to understand the whole process that D-Dog does. And I have, like I said before, I have a unique situation where, well, my mother was on the school board for 14 years, and she sat here and had such a great conversation. I wish she would do her own show too. I really do, because she's so smart. She's 74 years old. She's lived life. She's done with this bullshit. And she wants to go. If she promised the other day, if she ever gets a terminal diagnosis, she's going to Washington and she's just going to take care of it. It's just, she doesn't even care anymore. And I'll bet I can get 50 people to go on that bus. We're going to need a bigger bus. I can hear you typing or something. Click, 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 click. Adams is support of Brunson. I don't know. Tell us, Canadian. Okay. Yes, that's cool. All right. Gina says she's going to Washington. We're going to pick you up. I promise. No problem. I think it was, I don't remember who said they would buy the bus or buy the RV, whatever we're going to get in. You want to talk about a fun trip and a successful trip. My mother has never told me something in my 55 years that she would make happen. And I've learned that from her. So thank you guys for being so kind to my mother. And when she comes in here, she sees what I'm trying to do and she's trying to get behind it. My brother, he don't want anything to do with it, but he also now sees the issues that we've got going on. And I didn't think I'd ever talk him into any of this stuff. I mean, he is what he is. He said, until it comes to my house, I'm not going to do anything. Well, it might be coming to your house. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? If I love going to Washington, I would love to join in. What's the bus trip? What a bus trip that would be. That's exactly right. And I'm driving. Maybe I think I just got it. Okay. It'll be a good time. Are you back, B-Dog?
Yeah, for a minute.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming in. So I've got so many questions because there's a lot of this process that I don't understand. And I've heard you talk about this, and don't take anything the wrong way ever, because I'm curious to understand. So if we go after these bonds that these schools have, does that take away from the kids being able to build new gymnasiums, new science projects?
No.
Okay, I didn't know that. So that's the question that I wanted to ask first.
The bond is like car insurance.
Okay. So the bond is like car insurance.
Yep. That's all it is insurance.
Okay.
But if you screw up your paperwork going after that bond, you have a felony fraud case to look forward to.
Ah, and that's a key element that you just put out there. And I want to talk to you offline because I want to tell you what I know that I can't say here about some of the things that are going on. One of the things that I'm not going to, I won't even disclose anything. One of the things that this gentleman that I talked to today said was they're coming after their bond, but they don't want a solution, they want the bond. So
Right.
when this school board is 150% willing to listen to the people, but they won't show up. So if they won't show up, they're not going to change anything, but they want the bond. So that changes the whole equation from fixing the problem to getting their money. Correct?
Well, okay. They're going after the bonds. A lot of people have been trying it, and yeah, maybe 2 out of 100 succeed, and probably 50% end up getting locked up for a little while for fraud.
Right.
So, it's not worth playing for going after a bond.
Well,
If you have a strong case for maladministration or malfeasance, the bond company calls you and offers you money to just let it go.
But that's not what we want to do, in my
Right.
opinion. And you and I have actually talked about this on another platform, because in my opinion, I don't give a fuck about the money. I want to change the curriculum, period. And I think people are not looking at it in the right directions, because if we want to fix things, let's fix things. If we're not going to fix things, then that's why they're going after the bond, and it's going to get them in a lot of trouble. And you're exactly right. And in fact, I want to share this stream back to one of the people that is good people. Can't say anything offline. I will tell you what I know. But I've
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I like ignorance.
Well, I like ignorance too. But I think if we can change policies and stop this bullshit, we have a win.
Well, okay. It doesn't matter what state people are in. If they look at their Bill of Rights, within the first 3, it says that all political power is inherent and derived from the people. Right. So who the fuck's in charge? And since you're finding out you're in charge, start being in charge. The CEO of a company doesn't ask one of his employees if he's allowed to do what he wants to do.
Right.
And we're the CEOs of the schools. So we got to stop begging them to do shit and say, hey, time to put on your big boy pants and let's go to work and get this fixed.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. If we're gonna fix the problem, let's fix the problems and leave the money situation out of it.
Yeah,
Let's
and
go
if it's
on.
more than apparent that they are trespassing on rights, the first thing you do is you strip out their limited immunity, and it only takes 2 Americans to start proceedings on treason.
Okay. I wish Denise was still here. Good golly. Great stuff. So we got to get involved. We have to keep engaged locally. If we don't fix it locally, we're fucked. Am I wrong?
Right. And as soon as you open your mouth, you better be in it for the long fight. Because if they call you and say, hey, let's see if we can sit down and work something out, you better show up.
That's exactly
Otherwise,
right.
you should keep your damn mouth shut so someone who wants to do the fight can actually get active.
Exactly. And see, that's what my buddy's running into. He said these people come in and they're screaming about this and they scream about that. And they're more than willing to sit down with those people and have a conversation, and they won't show up. We've got to be the people that show the fuck up. And we gotta have the conversations, because it doesn't have to go to a pissing match. These people are willing to listen. And promise you, I've known this guy for years. He's a great guy, and I trust every word he says. He's a beer drinking buddy, and I'm telling you, he's on it. And those people that are screaming and not showing up are guilty as fuck. And it's fixing to cost.
They're taking away from everyone that's working.
Right.
You can be as loud as you want, but if you're not in there for the whole fight, just sit back and shut up.
That's right. And this guy's, there's always that one mouthpiece that's screaming and hollering, and the others are arguing with. He lives in a different situation than that. He's the voice of the panel. It's a mostly conservative thing, school district. It's probably one of the most conservative school districts in Pennsylvania. But they don't have that screaming mouth. He speaks for all of them because they all believe the same thing. And that's why and we're going to check into some stuff there too. I'll absolutely go to one of his school board meetings because I think he's a great guy, and I think he'll listen. I'll go fill out their little blue card, whatever I got to do, and say, you know what? I think you guys are doing an amazing job, and I want to do it live. Because I believe what they're because I know that the guy is true to his word. Promise you.
Well, you can also require them to have a emergency meeting with a minimum quorum. So if there's 5 people on the school board, then they're going to have a meeting with you with 3 members, and you can require it to be on record too.
Well, and that'll be absolutely granted because they want people to be involved in their children's education in this area.
Yeah, but by putting it on record, it's public access. Everybody gets to look at it.
Right. That's awesome. Great information. We got to start standing for our country, guys. I'm going to say it over and over and over and over again. If I have to drive 1,700 miles, I drive 1,700 miles to help somebody that needs me. No questions asked. Nothing expected.
Yeah, I've been to a couple of school board meetings, and I don't even think I know anyone at. And when they shut me down after 3 minutes, the following school board meeting, I can talk as long as I frickin' want.
So what's with the 3-minute thing that they're pulling?
Well, that's just
Mom
a bunch of crap.
They didn't have that back. So they're just strong.
Okay, they think they're in charge and they can regulate, what the people can say, and they can't. Because you're right of redress a grievance. There's no time limit on that. You can bring that up and run that to like a dead dog as much as you want.
Right. Because my mom served on the school board. I don't know whether you were here when Mom was here. She served on the school board for 14 years. And she said, if you were on the agenda, your amount of time was not limited. So
Well, that's if you're on the agenda,
right.
okay? But I show up and I'm doing the public.
Okay, so you're doing the blue card to say I want to speak at this school board.
Yeah, and they want more information than what I write on it, but I still get my 3 minutes.
Right. So I don't know. There's still so many questions. I'm not even sure where to start. So if we could get Denise on their agenda for the 12th or the 13th, I don't remember which, she could have as much time as she wanted. And that would be awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to learn a lot about this in the next few months, D-Dog. I want to go out. I really, truly want to help people do what you guys are doing. And you're exactly right. There's the right way to do it and the wrong way to do it. If you're doing it the wrong way, you're going to get in trouble.
Yep. And if you go to these meetings and you're the crybaby that just wants to be loud and get in a pissing match with the board, you really don't belong there unless you're in it for the whole fight. And,
and
you get a lot more out of them
today.
if you're nice and calm and you just bust their ass to the ground with one little document. That they're going to be kissing your ass because they know that they've already done wrong.
Right. Good night, Lisa. Thank you for stopping by. Cordial. We have to be cordial to people because we need something from them. Regardless of what they believe, we have to bring them to our side.
Right.
One way or the other. And going in there and screaming is not going to get it done. You're exactly right. I appreciate it.
Yeah. You go in there and you be respectful, but you also be stern. You let them know that you're the boss.
Exactly.
And don't say the bullshit about I pay my taxes. Nobody gives a shit. Stick strictly with the Constitution of your state. If you can get your city charter and even the charter of the school and use their own document against them, do it, rock it.
Right. Well, and see, here in West Texas, I don't think we're going to have to do that because people are still involved. But in the event that there ever happens to my grandchildren or my nieces and nephews, I'm going to show up, and I want to do it the correct way. I know the language is a big deal. Brenda and I have talked about this a lot.
Yeah,
Denise
verbiage is everything.
Yep, Denise thinks her language is good. I don't know because I don't know the difference of the outcomes, and I was hoping that she would still be here to agree or disagree or whatever. But I think you're right. The verbiage is very important, and we have to.
No, verbiage is everything. If you have two of or four in the wrong place, you just screwed up your whole document.
Right. Right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting text messages like a wildfire over here. But over the next couple months, I'm definitely going to go all in. I'll spend all my money. I don't care. Let's go do it. Let's fix America. If we all don't stick together, we all don't survive. That's the way it works. And starting at the local level is the best advantage that we have because it's even corrupt at our local levels. People don't understand the corruption. I grew up in a town of 300 people that are spending bullshit, stupid money on stuff that doesn't help the people. It's all government grants. They're bought off by the federal government, and I'm sick of it. We got to stop this shit.
Yep.
No, I don't think it is. The bought and paid for. That's right, Gina. You're exactly right. I've seen. I know millionaires in the Panhandle of Oklahoma and Texas that sold land to China. I want to know how to go after them because it's illegal for anybody in any other country to buy land in Oklahoma. I actually do know a state representative who went to school with him. What do I do, D-Dog? In your opinion?
I'd be more worried about the property that Bill Gates owns rather than what China, because Bill Gates has got more property.
I absolutely agree with that. But it is a state law that they can that a foreign entity cannot loan or cannot sell. I got you. Cannot sell land to a foreign entity. And I got your thing there, D-Dog. I'll copy and paste that. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go after. I'm gonna go. Well, here's the problem that I got. I'm going after people that are millionaires in a really small area. Well, I mean, they'll bury me. They'll bury me right off the bat.
They can't bury you. What you need to do is learn your rights.
And I'm trying to do that as we speak.
Because the person with the most money, okay, Elon Musk, I'll take on Elon Musk's best attorney. Okay, on something like, something stupid. And I'll still run circles around him.
Fair enough.
Because I know what jurisdiction I'm in. I know that I'm a human, and a corporation can't come after a human. And there's enough court precedents for that. But the reason I gave you that one court case in private chat, that started off being Sheriff Mack's court case against the Brady Bill.
Gotcha.
But in there, it cites 3 other cases. And one of the cases refers to municipality doesn't have to follow federal programs. So every time that the school or your community ends up getting a grant from the federal government, there's always a government program in it. And they have to follow that program to keep that money.
Oh, so and that's another point that was made. That's a great point that somebody made today. When are we going to get the federal government out of our school system? Because that's been the problem ever since they federalized it. Correct?
Well, you have to show the school board in writing with case document, because they're going to run off to their little bitch attorneys.
Right.
Where what they're doing is actually violation of the Constitution. It's actually treason against the people by accepting that federal money.
Right. Well, since it's been federalized, that's when we started seeing all these problems in there.
Yeah, but okay, the funny thing is that the school can exit any federal program anytime it wants. Okay.
But it costs money to do so. But it costs them money to do so, correct?
It costs them more money to stay with it.
Okay, so I didn't understand. I don't understand that. So that's some more of that stuff we need to talk about, because why does it cost them more to stay in the federal program?
Like all that COVID bullshit. all that COVID money for putting up these screens and all this other shit on the kids. It costs the schools more money than what the feds were giving them, but they're still running with it.
Right.
Because there was a bunch of administrative fees in there for the admin. Now, over the last
they're
20
not
years,
laundering money. They're not laundering money. Come on. Where'd those administrative fees go?
I can go, Travis. I can leave.
No. I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm just saying. I just asked the question. What happened to all the administrative fees that you said were going away? All right, I thought I was on something. I didn't mean any disrespect. Apparently, there was a lag or something. I don't know. Maybe I should refresh my link. My show's okay. Yeah, I didn't mean any disrespect at all. I was just asking a question because there must have been a delay or something. D-Dog, all I was asking is those administrative fees that cost the school board, where are those monies going? Sorry. No disrespect at all. I truly do want to know. It matters to me. I don't know. Anybody else got anything? I ain't giving up. I'm trying to learn as much as I can, as fast as I can, because we got stuff coming up. Chat stopped. Everybody stopped. I can hear Gina's talking. I hear it. Click, 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 click. Yes, I'll call you when I'm done. I appreciate you. Sent you stuff on President of California. Okay, thank you, country. Anyway, we'll get out of here. D-Dog, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I think we may have had to delay, but I want to know what happens to all those administrative fees. It's important to me because I truly do want to know what you guys are doing and why we're doing it. We're not going to fix America if we don't start standing up. Period. Know your neighbor, love your neighbor, help your neighbor. Drive halfway across the goddamn country if you have to help your neighbor. These are our people. Don't be selfish. I do more on less than anybody I know. And I will continue to do more than most people will ever do. And anybody that doesn't believe that, just watch me go. I'll do my best every time. I promise you I will. That's all I got left. I want to save this country for my children and my grandchildren. D-Dog, again, I apologize. There must have been a delay. I apologize. I didn't mean any disrespect at all. I'm sorry that upset you, but we're going to get out of here. Get involved, people. We got to get involved. Country, any last thoughts?
I'm here. I'm
okay.
still looking at all this stuff I just sent you. I'm
Okay.
researching while I'm listening.
That's fine. Yep.
Okay.
My family. I agree.
They got to be brainwashed if they want you to do that.
Well, look at where it's headed.
Yep.
All right, guys. We're going to get out of here. Like I said, D-Dog, I'll reach out to you. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful and interrupting. but I thought he was through talking, and apparently he wasn't. Good night, y'all.
Well,
Know your neighbor, love your neighbor, help your neighbor.
nighty night, peoples.
Walk across the street, help your neighbors. That's where it's gonna. This is what's gonna fix America. We got to bring him. We got to bring the old country back. I don't care whether you live in the city or not. Walk across the street, introduce yourself to your neighbors. Say, hey, if there's anything I can do, I'll be glad to help.
There you go.
Yep. Good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow sometime.